there is going to be a little bit of 8-bit madness today. We've made some progress on Bitboi. So for those of you who don't know, Bitboi, I think we have a command. I want to say we have a command for that. Did we add a command? Okay, sweet. We did add a command. So that's dropped there in the chat. That is what Bitboi is all about. It's basically an 8-bit version of a GameMaker game that we're building for the NES. So today I thought, let's start upping our production a little bit. Let's start getting out of these placeholder developer graphics that we kind of got started with, and let's start putting in the real graphics. Now, as I told those of you who hang out on the Discord, I didn't have a ton of time to get all of the graphics done. And so the first thing I'm going to start with is basically the full 2x3 sprite. So what we've got for Bitboi, I originally made it, Bitboi was a 8x8 single tile sprite, and we had 2 frames of animation, which is what we were using. Now, that was, as we started pushing the limits on the NES, we started stacking sprites, pretty much following like the Super Mario type platformer formula. So we went 2 sprites across and 3 sprites up. And, that led to some coding challenges. Now hitboxes are, collision detection is a little more complicated when you have all that. But I never really replaced the graphics. So we just sort of took the Bitboi graphic and we used it as the sprite for every tile. Now, in a given sprite tile, unless you flip the palette, you've only got 4 colors. So to try to keep things simple for today's stream, we're going to try to just use 4 colors, which is probably going to have some like wonky effects, but we're going to kind of get to that a little bit later. So for right now, let's go with this picture, which is what I drew sort of ahead of time. And this is Bitboi 2x3 aspect ratio, and so that has 16 bits across, 24 bits down, 24 rows down, 16 rows across. Columns, right? 16 columns. So these are still made out of 8x8. There's 64 bits in one of these sprite tiles, and we've got 6 of them that we have to deal with. So that's basically going to be kind of our starting point. I was not terribly pleased with somehow this was coming out. I didn't quite get this arm right, and the hand and the leg and whatever. But so one of the things that I want to do is for today's stream, I want to take this and build a pipeline tool type thing that basically takes it from a PNG over to something that we can use in the NES ROM. So that's kind of our goal for today. If we get the colors and the palettes a little bit off, I'm not terribly concerned. So that's kind of where we're going to start off and get going. For those of you who saw the warm-up intro to the stream, that was finally confirmation that the town of Reading received my voter transfer and everything else. So register to vote if you're in America. You probably heard this 8 million times. And if you're like me, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it almost on the weekend because everything's closed if you need to drop by your local registrar of voters. That's the confirmation from the local town of Reading registrar of voters. So there's forms and stuff online. Check with your state. Very important to vote. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say as close as we're going to get to politics. So let's get into our coding business here. And we've got our... I don't have anything up fun here yet, but for those of you new to the stream, you can always check out the website. So we've got the Coding with Some Guy website, and I'll be doing a learning stream. Again, I do learn streams on Tuesday nights, so if you want to drop by live, that's cool. Otherwise, you can go check out all of the C course that has been finished up. The Python course we didn't finish yet. But this is all available for free. So you can check this out, and you got all of the stuff if you want to learn C as an additional language, including the videos from all of the sessions. So, and full transcripts. So I got to do something about that. But anyway, that's there. So check it out if you want. So I'll drop that. Where am I from? I'm from Connecticut originally. But I'm back in Connecticut. I'm in the town of Reading and very close to the Mark Twain estate. So if you, probably no one here has ever been to the town of Reading, but Mark Twain, as the last place that he lived on Earth was here in the town of Reading, just down the street from me. So I think that's super cool. It's a very nice place to kind of like walk around, and there's a bunch of trails and the Reading Library, which I just gave a little bit of money to. Anonymously. So I guess that's not so anonymous anymore. Do I live in the New York City metro area? Yes, I am in the New York metro area, Cam. The train line, Reading actually is on the train line, so you wouldn't want to commute from Reading. It's a little bit too far, but it's about 2 hours to Grand Central from the train stop that's in town. It is Cam. Yeah, Cam's one of the mods. Cam's awesome. Hey, so Cam, you probably didn't see when I was writing Fire's name there. Free. I wasn't really sure how to pronounce it, if we give it a French thing or what we do with that. But anyway, yeah, important thing, vote. Okay, so right now I'm going to vote with my keystrokes, and my keystrokes are telling me that we're going to check where we left our last build. So I'm just going to make this up. And let's get that run, and let's just make sure that we know where we are. So here's Bitboi Classic. We have the attract screen came up, and we popped in, and this is sort of where we left things off last time. So I had just recolored because Bitboi is supposed to be standing on Legos. I haven't built the Lego graphic. One more thing that I want to get the image sort of pipeline figured out. Like, how are we going to take images from drawing to they're included in the ROM? And so, it's just Fire, but obviously that name is already... okay, that's fair enough, Fire. So be fiery and welcome. So anyway, we got collision detection working. So this is a little bit off. We have a slight off by something problem here. And this, what I'm showing up here, this is sort of our debugging for the collision detection. We're not going to work on the collision detection today, but this shows the collision on the right side, the middle, the bottom, and the left side. So no collision here until we run through, and now we're hitting collision. And we noticed at the last time that I was hitting this kind of weird bug with colliding. Oh, that's funny. It's actually colliding with the follow-up there. Well, hey, what's up? Leandro Soaresis. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I probably totally said that wrong. So Leandrozo Aresis. I want to maybe that's better. But anyway, so that's our collision detection right there. So that's saying that we're colliding. Now the bug that we discovered last time was that collision detection only works as long as I'm holding down the key. So you can see here I'm pressing the key. We have it. I let go of the key. It stops colliding. So that's kind of right and also kind of wrong. Like we want to sort of like, we're going to need to be careful about that. So it's only colliding when I make a move, and that's probably where I'm getting the off by one, because I'm moving the sprite by two pixels each time, and that's why it looks like this is sort of like bumping in here. It's probably very hard to see on stream, but it's like just barely going into the blue, and that's probably not a good thing. So I don't have collision in the up detection, but yeah, you can probably see it a little clearer if I go down here. So that's not good. And if I land on the ground, I need to land on the ground, because right now I'm stuck. I can't move. It's showing as collision because it actually overflowed a pixel. But if I come up a little bit, then the collision works fine. So we have something we're going to need to take care of there. Like I said, not today. We got two enemies here that are just waiting for the rest of the game to be built so that they can go attack Bitboi. And we don't have any collision with them, by the way. So we're not worried about that. All right. So that's our orientation. That's where we left things off. Now you'll notice that Bitboi this was originally an 8x8 sprite, and then I just stacked it 2x3, and that is, doesn't look very pretty. So as a technical demonstration to make sure that we could render 2x3 sprites, this was fine, but obviously this is not the graphics that we want. So let's figure out how we can get the graphics that we want. And yay, what's up, Marco Dev? How you doing? Yo, dude, that's some funny game. Totally, Marco. We're building that. That is 8-bit NES magic. And I even have an 8-bit NES counter up here, so that's actually your Y position that's showing in the coin counter. And I've got the other one is showing collision. So that's Marco, by the way, game dev, hacker dev, all sorts of dev. met originally in the Lana Lux game jam competition, Lux Jam. So if you haven't seen Lana Lux, she's streaming like I don't know how she streams as much as she does, but it's really incredible. But she ran this game jam earlier this year, and it was super fun. And yeah, well, we're off to the races. So, okay, let's try to get the real Bitboi in this 2x3 patch. Okay, like sub badge. Yeah. Yeah, that is a sub badge. That is kind of cool. Thank you, Marco. I do appreciate your sub. We have a few more subs probably than the last time you were around. But anyway, let's get out of messing here and let's figure out how we're going to get this in. So the important thing for our purposes is I showed a chip earlier on stream. I'm just going to cut back to that real fast. So let me just cut in there, and you can kind of see next to our Town of Reading magic, you see this chip, and this is our program that we're going to be eventually burning the program into, and this is our care ROM. And the care ROM, you can't really see the C in there. I guess I should really clean that C up. It's gotten mangled a few times. C, okay, C. Okay, so you can see it now. So this is the character ROM, and this is basically where the graphics have to get loaded. So when we're assembling this binary, we need to make sure that the character graphics end up here and that the program stuff ends up here. And I have a linker script that kind of shows that over here. Yeah, I got the entropy message from the microscope view. I really got to get like a clean microscope view that doesn't have the entropy message in there. So yeah, she does mostly the modeling, sometimes some coding as well. Yeah, I've seen that a lot too. Marco, she's usually doing, she is fast at modeling in 3D. I am horrible at 3D modeling. And yeah, that was a gift, Marco. There you go. So yeah, we're going to be doing some NES fun today, but more on the tools side than emulator side. So the one thing that I want to see real quick is what palette we chose. So when we go in here, and I'm going to just quickly go through this. And so we're out of the attract screen. So now that the palette's loaded, if we look in the PPU viewer, here's kind of our level as it's been laid out. And this is actually kind of the palette that I'm interested in here. This 0F111630. And so that is actually what we have to work with. So these tiles here represent Bitboi. And what I did was, for demonstration purposes, I just copied the same tile so that we could work on a 2x3. But we actually need to load the right thing in here. So this is our target. And as far as the colors go, the palette is already basically fixed to these 4 colors. And we can't change that easily. So I'm going to just, we can change it on different sprites and all sorts of other things, but that's not trivial. So I'm just going to make a quick note that we went with black, blue, red, white in that order. Okay. So we're going to have to deal with the fact that I don't have a transparency bit. So we'll have to figure that out. But, well, anyway, that's why they call it development. So I have a feeling that, yeah, that's kind of strange, isn't it? So, beside pretty girls that model characters, of course. Judo Panda Pants, greetings and salutations to the nerderati. Welcome, welcome. Only coding, math, and physics is what I like. Yep, okay, well, there you go. You missed the collisions, but we are building towards the physics that we're going to use for the NES. So how much colors can be added to the NES ROM? So I'll show you this is the full palette here. You basically have these. So this is the palette that's currently loaded for the background tiles. So you can see that I'm pretty much just using the blue color from the background tile palette. So that's these parts over here, and that's called the name table in sort of NES speak. The sprites are allowed a different set of colors to work with, but you can't use more than one of these sets of 4 for an 8x8 tile. So one tile can only use 4 of these colors. And so if you want to switch to like for example, if I want to have like one palette for the first tile and a different palette for the second tile, that's fine. You could do that, but you can't switch palettes. So you can only have 16 colors total loaded for sprite use in a given scene, but only 4 for a given tile. So of course life is a little tricky, so you have to be careful about that. And the way that I laid that out, I did this by hand, and this is what I want to avoid doing for the future, which is why we're going to code this up today. I did this tiles.s, and 2 of these things corresponds to one 8x8 sprite. So what it does is it takes the first bit from, so it's basically 2 8x8s. This is an 8x8. This is 8x8, right? And so I'm using bit values here. So this is the classic binary. 0 or 1 is all you get. So to get the 2 digits that correspond to the 4 colors, you basically take this bit, the first bit here, and you add it to the first bit here. Or you take this bit and you add it to this bit here. So this would be 1, 1. And that's kind of how that works. So like, for example, this one is like a 1 with a 1, but then this one is, to get the red, that's a 0 and that's a 1. So that's kind of how you get 2 bits. You have to spit out 2 different like bitmaps, and then they sort of overlay on top of each other to build the 2-bit values. Okay. So hopefully that answers your question too, Marco. And Klaus Devvalka, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Klaus. I had a boss named Klaus once. He was German. I can't do a good German accent. But anyway, cool guy. Okay, so, well, we're not going to edit that. We're going to basically look at this tile thing. And this binary is probably what we want to do. So the nice thing about including the binary, this directive here with the alpha char, is that you can just look at this alpha char. This alpha char is just raw data, and it works basically, it's just, this is, you can see the bitmap, there's the 2, sort of see the 2 pictures going on. And that's basically how you can just stuff it so that you don't actually have to write it out in that crazy format. So that's some byte fun, byte lord, some coding byte lord. Thank you, Mark, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna do some bits and bytes today. All right, so that's where we need to end up. So the way we're going to get there is we need to make sure, let's just start with like one tile of Bitboi at a time. So again, he's a 2x3. So of course the top left is not super interesting, but right. So since we want to write out binary, I guess we'll go with, I don't know, should we write it in C since the rest of the project's in C, or should we write it in Python? Yeah, let's go with Python. We can use pill. All right, that'll make our life easier. Version. Yeah, NES. That's what we actually put on there. Yeah, I didn't. I wrote the bot on stream, by the way, Marco. So some bot is it's a SomeCodingGuy bot. I just used the Python. There was a Python Twitch library for the TMI protocol stuff, and I used that. Yeah, that was a fun stream actually, Cam. We should do more streams like that. All right, so great. Let's go figure that out. So it's sufficient if we just write out binary and then we just do an include. So let's start with just writing in. Yeah, I think let's just start simple. So how about we come into tools. Level exporter was kind of close to what we want, so I'm just going to use that as a starting point because it already has the pill stuff. And let's say that this is going to be the sprite exporter. So you can check that out. That was live coded on stream as well. And there's a little bit of byte math that we could use to make life easy. Okay, so let's see, where do we sort of leave off? So here I'm basically opening a pill image, and here we're just reading it in as an array. So at this point, we actually have the whole thing as an array. Now, in the level exporter, I disregarded color value, which is sort of what's going on here. Basically, I just sort of iterate through all of the different colors. And by the way, hold on, let me make sure I'm in the right file here. And so I just kind of like run through row by row all the different color values. And I just said if the alpha value is 255, then display it as a background block. Now we're interested in the sprite value, so we actually want to know a little bit about the color data that's in there. So, hey, what's up, Fafi? How's it going? Yeah, and by the way, we got to get like I got to build a today command. That's my bad. I'm sorry, chat. We can look at today command for what's getting coded today. But I can tell you from the welcome message, it's basically we're building an image to NES sort of exporter thing today. Okay, so let's see. What was I doing here? Pack as bytes. Pack as bytes is probably going to help us out. And I think so here we pretty much, we have most of it right here. But let's get ourselves a PNG first. So let me take this image that we had, and we're going to export it for, not there, we're going to put it here as this thing.png. Okay, so that should be over here in graphics. So now we have this thing.png. Okay, so if I look at that, that's all fine. Now, this is not really the format. We don't really want RGBA, right? We want this thing as indexed image. So I wonder if we have that export option before I start messing around with RGB and doing it myself. Yeah, it's PNG, export image. Yeah, it's 16 by 24. But yeah, I don't see anything around indexed color. Let me see if there's like a canvas, because what we really want is index color. How can you have a pixel bitmap editor without index color? It's got to be in here somewhere. Layer blend. Nope, not seeing it. Okay, so it looks like we don't have a no, we have a grid. Yep, okay. So we're gonna have to actually index the color ourselves, which is no big deal. There's actually a index color mode that we could add with pill. Or since we're actually iterating over, I mean, we could do it ourselves, but before we do it ourselves, let's just check pill.image indexed color mode convert. Okay, there's like some sort of mode parameter. Yeah, and one of these codes, so that's like 1-bit output. There's one of these that's like indexed. Index, no. That's not really what we want. Oh, change pages here, index. No, really don't want that video. That's cool. Let's see, image. Let's go with pill image modes, image module. So yeah, here we go. This is what we want. It's probably not called that. All right, so this is map to any other mode using a color palette. Okay, this is probably what we want. Yeah, this is where Python shines, totally. Pre-multiplied alpha might be fun too, but let's avoid that for the moment. Palette, okay. Palette mode uses color palette to find an actual color for each pixel. So that's basically what we want. Yeah, we want palette mode. So let's see what we get out if we convert it first, just using that. So let's just do a quick like pill image open and then image dot convert to mode P and say this is like M2, and then let's just do an M2 dot save and say that this is like a test.png and just exit real fast right there. So we're gonna just take a quick look at what we end up with if we do that. So if we drop in here and we run Python against the sprite exporter and we take our right file, which was bb bitboi 2x3 1.png. Okay, and of course I need, oh, so I actually do pass a an output. So we can just use that and call that the binary file name. Okay, so we do that and we're good. Take a look at test.png and it has an 8-bit color map, which is a good thing. Okay, so that's kind of what we want to see. I'm just gonna look at that real fast in GIMP to see what we're gonna get. Oh, and of course I can't read it because it's in this directory, so you have to you gotta like put that somewhere where snaps are allowed to read. So let me just take a quick look at test.png, and we have this thing, and if I just pull up, oh, you know what I can do? No, I can't do that. Oh, you know what? We have this we can use. So here, let me let you follow along here. So we're just kind of looking in Bitboi. Here's Bitboi loaded. With now we're in index color mode. So yes, which is what we want. So let's just take a quick look at the, well, you know what? It's in, where's the palette thing? Of course, those features you practically never use in GIMP will always come to get you. I have a feeling we're not going to find that anytime soon. So paint tools, color picker, no. There is a maybe in here we have the palette. Nope. All right, you know what? It's going to be faster if I just look at it on friggin' pill. All right, so we're gonna leave Bitboi up here for the moment, but I'm gonna cut back to where we were, and let's just take a look at what we've got. So M2, I can take M2 and I can turn it into a NumPy array, and this will be my M2 array, and we can just run through, well, let's just take a look at what it looks like. Okay, so run that. Yeah, this is way easier, isn't it? You can actually see Bitboi here. This is really cool. This is kind of a neat terminal effect. Okay, so this is basically what we got. Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Neat though. So 255, this is clearly our transparent pixel. These ones correspond to the black pixel. So I'm going to go with black is getting index 1. Blue is, what is blue? Blue is getting 2. Red is getting, that would be over on the keyboard would be this 5. Red is getting 5. And white, which is the key color, is getting 6. Now, I've got a couple other colors which are problematic because there's the blue that's on his pants, which is a different blue. And we've got the skin color, which is 4. Okay, so we actually have 6 colors here. So skin is 4 and pants blue is 3. Okay, so yes, completely agree, Judo Panda Pants. All right, so we got too many colors. I think for today, probably to keep things simple, let's just assume that we're going to reduce the palette for now. So let's go with, so the outline that happens when we actually run this thing. Actually, you know what? Let me just do that. Let's take a quick look here because I think the default, yeah. So right now he's defaulted to white on the background, and this black background transparency is going to be a little bit of fun. We actually have a transparency in there right now. It's showing up as the blue color. Wait, no, is it showing up as the black color? No, it's the black color. So if you look at the black color actually changes to what's behind it. So the black is actually the transparency color, as you can really see clearly here. Okay, so that is going to be interesting. So we need to be careful of that. So okay, so the keys. This, I just built a color swatch picker in Vanilla.js for a potential employer. I'm really proud of it. That's cool, Fafi. You should, well, I don't know if you're allowed to drop a link to that, but at a minimum, probably in the Discord. Look the keys up. Okay, I have one of those keycaps messed up. Yeah, sounds bad, Marco. So, all right, let's just go with, so I guess we're going to have to do some palette switching. I was sort of hoping to stay simple, but the fact is if we're losing the first color for transparency, and then all we've got left is blue, red, white, then it's going to look kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, it's... All right, well, you know what? Let's do that first, and then we're going to worry about that, like upgrading it later. So, okay. Right. So the first thing we need to do is we need like a translation. And our translation is going to have to take the color values that we're not going to have room for, and we're just going to flatten them for now. So we're going to say like, okay, if you run into a 4, then make it a 6. And if you run into a, let's see, if you run into a 3, then make it a, we'll make pants blue the same as regular blue. All right, so this will be our color translation. Okay, so if we run through our array that way, that should help us out a little bit. Okay, so we convert this thing to, I'm just going to convert it up front because we're not really going to deal with the RGB image version of this anymore. We want the tiled index image version of it. Okay, so let's say that this thing convert to indexed palette mode is that. We can go ahead and get rid of both of these. And IMA is going to give, why Python for the NES? Can't you install the Python on NES? Not enough memory. So what are you going to do? Choosing colors, rendering something. No, Marco, I've actually programming, the game code is actually written in C. So that's like if you take a look here, this is kind of like the existing game code. I'm not trying to do like MicroPython on the NES or something like that, although that would be kind of cool maybe for another day. But so I'm using CC65, the compiler, which is dumping out 6502 assembly, which is what we see here in main.s. And occasionally we're linking up, we've got some assembly routines and we have some C code, and it's sort of, here's like C code and this is the assembly that it's turning into. So that's kind of how we're deving this thing. Okay, so, right, I still love seeing Bitboi here in console number graphics from NumPy. All right. Okay, so we're going to run through every row, and then we're going to take every column, and we're going to set the value to 0. And what we're doing right now is we're saying if the value is 255, then change the value to something else. So this is assuming RGB, so we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to say that if, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw an error because I'm really interested in the event that I end up getting a color that I shouldn't be getting. So 1 is allowed, it turns into 1. I'm just gonna make these identity transforms. So 2 is allowed, it turns into 2. 3 is allowed, it turns into 2. 4 is allowed, that's a different story. 5 is allowed, it's identity, 5, and 6 is allowed. So if I get any other color, then let's just throw an exception for now. So if column, so this is actually one particular element. I just want to print this out quick because when we switch from RGB, this should turn into a single number. So we'll do that, and this will all just work fine, so we can just ignore it. So if we run that, okay, and I need to fix my Python syntax, then, okay, so this just sort of passes through whatever. This is, so one at a time, I'm getting the index value of the color. So 255, we're gonna fold into being black. 255 is just gonna become, it's actually transparent. So I'll make a note here. This is the transparent, and this is real black. And let's see, the ones that we fold, we're gonna just keep for the moment. This is 3 was pants blue, and 4 was skin blue. Okay, so run that. Yep, we're all good. So, okay, but what is that plot project? Oh, showing palette chooser. Those things are revealed with time. Yes. Let's watch it for 20 minutes. Nice. So bitnum sprite. Yep. Yeah, we're in byte. We've got like 1 byte per tile. So right now we're just taking pixel by pixel, and we're getting 1 byte per pixel. So we're gonna have to unroll that, but we'll get to that in a moment. So that's kind of what our pack into bytes routine does. So this should actually just see all of these colors, and let's just say, like, you know, if call not in color translation, then raise exception unknown color, and we'll just dump out call unknown color 255. Okay, so I don't want that. I really want, because it's a dictionary. Okay, so no unknown colors, we're good to go. So let's take the color and set it to value, which now we need to be careful here, because actually, you know what we want is, those were the raw colors. But what we want is the palette color. So I'll just do that as a second translation, because later on we're going to have to do this on a 8-bit by 8-bit block basis. But for now, let's assume one palette translation. And we're going to say that when you run into 1, that's the black and the transparent at the moment. We're going to turn that into numeric 0. And when you run into 2, that is going to be our blue. So I'm going to set that to 1. Now, by the way, this is where I'm actually working in the binary values that are going to be on the palette. So this is 0, 0. This is 0, 1. This is, and actually, I guess we can we do binary representation? I forget. This is binary 0, 1. This is, let's see, so we don't have to worry about 3 doesn't show up anymore, but 6 does show up. Actually, we're going to get to 6. The 6 is the last one. So 5 also shows up, which is our red. So we'll make that red, and 6, and we're going to make that white. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll say that value is equal to palette translation of the string version of call. Okay, so that should give me the numeric value, and if we spit it out and we append it, we're good to go. So let's just at the end of that, let's just take a look at what we got, which is show me the final array, and then just stop running. Okay. Key error 255. So that's coming from line 45, which is right here. Yeah, but we shouldn't be seeing 250. Oh, because it's not call. It's really, we need to do a double translation here. So it's really the color translation of that thing, and that's a number, so I'm just going to turn that into a string, and that should give us the right number. Okay, cool. So here we actually get, this should be the image transformed into the right thing. Yeah, Judo knows. Of course, binary is allowed. Okay, so let's go ahead and, okay, so now we know we got the right image. I guess I can check real fast. So like on the first bunch of values, yeah, this stuff is all 0. Okay, actually that's our next problem, which is that the way this array is currently organized, it's going across the image for all the raster lines. But the problem is that that's going to give me twice, because that's giving me 2 sprites and then 2 sprites and then 2 sprites. So I need to like untangle that a little bit. We need to get 1 sprite of data, and we need to spit out both planes of that 8-bit data. And then we need to go to the next sprite and then get that. So if we're going to go, I think in the program, I actually go across for the way that I draw the sprite. So I'd have to actually take a look. So let's let's actually type this right. So if we come in here and yeah, draw player. Okay, so the way I'm drawing it, I'm drawing the first one on the top left, and then I'm drawing the top right, and then I'm drawing the second row left, and then I'm drawing the second row right, and then I'm drawing the third row left and the third row right. So it is going zigzag style. So we need to output the sprites in that same order. So let's do that. So the way we want to convert this array is we can, since we have NumPy handy, we should be able to use that NumPy trick. So yeah, I did there was some judo I needed to do the other day. I totally forgot some of my Python binary stuff. But yeah, we want this reshape is going to be kind of our trick here. So the way we want to reshape this array is a little bit messy. Because what we've got is we've got like 16 values, but we want the first 8 values and then the second 8, and then skip these, and then the second 8 values, and then skip these, and then the third 8 values. So we want to go, that actually, I don't think you can do that with a quick reshape. Well, so what I can do is if I break these into groups of 8, that's a good first step, because then what I can do is I'm going to need to stride down. So yeah, let me draw that so that I remember and I kind of get it right. It's going to be a little bit crazy if I just try to wing that one. All right, so let's get that going. All right, so we pull this thing over here. I really gotta change my wiring setup here. So what I was just sort of commenting on was we have our array of data, which looks like this, and it's broken into 6 sprites, and we have the way our data is reading off is we're currently doing like an entire scan line this way, and then we're doing the next scan line, and then we're doing the next scan line. And that's not good because we need to extract one of these at a time. And these all need to end up in separate sprites. So that, and they need to order the way that I just drew them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm just wondering if the way to convert this data is we take this, and I'm just going to draw these for reference. We break this into a reshaped array of like so, and that'll look kind of like this. So this might be being too clever, but what we're going to do is if we take 8 of these, we're going to get this first line. And actually I should call this the 0th line. And then we're going to get the first line, and then we're going to get the second line, third line, fourth line, fifth line, all that stuff down to the last one, which would be like the 14th line and the 15th line. Okay, so if I do a reshape on 8, then I'm going to kind of renumber that way, right? So this is really the first stripe. You know what? I think just to say, like, this is going to be messy, because then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to like split this into, you know, another set of bit planes, because this is like interlaced between these two things. So then I would have to take like the evens and put them there, and then I would have to take the odds and put them there, but I would have to take a group of 2 of these at a time. So like this is getting kind of crazy if I want to stripe it that way. So Hallirutan And do you have the long 1D array as input or a 2D matrix as you drew it? The input I have is the 2D matrix. So it basically, it's in this. This would be like the input. And that's not really what I want. It would be like the input would be up here. And what I need to do, actually, this is the input over here. What I need to do, this was just me rephrasing the input. But if I just go and group this thing using a NumPy reshape, I'm going to end up with interlaced version of all that stuff. And then I would have to deinterlace it to, like, you know, unravel these two so that I get, this is really sprite 0 and this is really sprite 1, and so on. So that's a little messy. I mean, I'm positive like NumPy could get there, but that'll be kind of crazy. I have a feeling that it's going to be way simpler if what we do is we just sort of, let's just do this by hand and say, let's just unroll it by hand. Let's not get clever with NumPy. So what we want to do is basically take this group of 8 and assign it to sprite, you know, like, you know, in the first 8 rows, 8 go to sprite 0 and 8 go to sprite 1. And then as this ticks over, so like in next 8 rows, this is really like in next rows, which would be, you know, 16 to 23, then same story, split 8 and 8, but now you're going into sprite 2 and sprite 3, and so on. So let's kind of code that up to sort of unravel this thing. And I think this is probably why I didn't bother to do it when I was first importing the graphics, because I was like, it's going to be a mess. So, although this is probably a decent coding interview question. It's like, here, you have the data in this format and you need to get it into that format. And how do you do it? Okay. Okay, so let's try not to fail the coding interview here. Okay, so we're not going to worry about packing as bytes for a while. And we're not going to worry about using a NumPy reshape. Just use JSON. Oh, Cam. Don't be a bad Cam. Okay, and oh, yeah, Om's dropping by. Okay, so let's see. Oh, by the way, we'll talk about that later. We are definitely on for the beginning coding with friends series. We're going to be doing some guests on the show that are we're starting with the Power Hackers series. So this will be all the people that do great hack days. So that'll be Wednesday nights. But anyway, I'll talk more about that later. I just got confirmation. So they're our first show, a couple of our shows, I think 3 of the 7 are already set up. And the other ones I'm still waiting to hear back. And I still have to write a few of them. Okay, so great. This is our problem here, our problem array. So this has like sprite 0 is like these first 8. I want to say that that's 8. Yeah, it looks like 8. And then this is our next 8. So that's from that's the first row of the second one. And then this is back to the second row of the first one. Yep. And this is the second row of the first one. Okay, so that's kind of how this is organized. So actually, you know what? I can use a quick reshape, because if I just deal with these in groups of 8, I'll save myself a bunch of trouble. So let's just, as long as we got it, let's see if we get lucky first. All right, so we're going to do a reshape of the array, which is really final, which is not in the NumPy array format, but we'll see how that upconverts. And we're going to say that the free dimension is the first one, but take 8 of these along as the second dimension. All right, so this is our fin numpy. Okay, so let's not print this out. Let's print fin numpy. Okay, so this just gives it to me as 8 at a time, but again, they're interlaced in the wrong order. So we need to tease this apart, which you can kind of see happening here. Like this is sort of the top of the head. Oh, I didn't really want to do that. So like I was saying, this is sort of the top of the head here on the left sprite, and then this is like the right side of the head. And that's our problem. So we need to like split those into 2 separate chunks. I do feel like there's like a clever, let's not be clever. Let's be simple. Hey, Quadrant, more colors, wonderful. Just left VimConf. Oh, VimConf is happening right now? Vim everywhere. We're using Vim. I'm a believer in Vim. I didn't realize VimConf was going on. Yeah, Cam, we are going to get the Power Hackers. We're getting the original Hack Force for the first show. We're gonna come out strong on that one. So yeah, okay. And Quadrant, yeah, 4 colors only. 4 colors per 8x8 sprite. But for today, we're just limiting to just flat 4 colors. This is the same this should make life a little bit easier. Your underscores. Yes, Cam has a copious amount of underscores, by the way. So, okay. Let's just say for group of 8 in fin this thing. So if we just print this out, then I can tell whether I'm on an even or odd, and that'll give me a sense, okay, which is cool. So we're gonna not show this. Okay, so these are all my groups of 8, and let's throw in an enumerate in here so that we can tell whether we're on an even or an odd. And I'll just say if, so I mod 2 equals 0. If that's the case, then print even. Otherwise, odd. And that'll give us whether we're on the left or the right column. Yep, and it's working. Looks like it's working the right way. Yeah, we start on an even. So this will be the sprite that we have to go on the left, and the other one will be the sprite that we have to go on the right. Okay, cool. So let's just, oh, you know what we could do? We could just do another slice after that. So let's say the fin even, let me get a little more Pythonic. The fin even is here, and the fin odd is here. So this is really like the left and the right of the sprite stuff. I am making this highly specialized the way I'm doing it, which is kind of a bummer, but we're gonna have to think about generalizing a little bit later. Actually, you know, maybe we should think about generalizing now. Nah, let's not. Okay, so, okay. Good, I argued with myself. Good job, guy. Let's have a nice little argument. What I'm gonna give us the rest of that intro theme that we heard, because that is a sweet tune. Okay, so let's get that going. All right. These aren't, they're not Python arrays. What is it, from array? I always forget the NumPy conversion. oops, we don't need that. We can come up here and say that it is, I guess I could just generator it. I could say like, I'll definitely turn it back. Okay, so this gives us the ones that are on the left, and let's just make sure that that scans correctly. So we're gonna say, take this thing and join it up with new lines. So this, what do you mean? Oh, right, yeah, you can't really do that, can you? You would have to generator that. So let's line in that, and we'll say that that is really just, I guess I have to join it together myself then. Yeah, it's a bummer. Right. Oops. Oh, respect ladies 123. Thanks for dropping by. Yep. Thank you, Cam, for figuring that out. The editor is Vim. I guess in honor of VimConf today, which I didn't realize was going on. I actually just love using Vim. Robodemia, thank you for the follow. What am I? Yep. Okay. So thanks, Cam. You got that. What is it? Boo on Vim. Why not Emacs? Why not Emacs? Don't you know what Emacs stands for? Eventually mallocs all core space. I didn't have that kind of memory when I was learning how to edit files in college. So I don't really have anything against Emacs. I just, other than, well, everything. Actually, no, you know what? I shouldn't say that. The biggest thing I have against Emacs is I'm typically on a keyboard where the meta key is not bound. I don't know if the situation has gotten better. I used to use Emacs a long time ago, and it was pretty memory heavy relative to the hardware that we had back then. And it, you know, computers are obviously a lot more powerful, a lot more memory now. But I mean, it's got a Lisp backing language. I don't want to get into Emacs. I'm just not a fan. I don't really have anything against people that are good with Emacs. I mean, if you know your editor, you're fine with me. Of course, one of the things I like about Vim is the fact that it's always available, because it's basically installed everywhere by default, which is a big deal for when I'm jumping around different systems. Okay, so I'm converting this thing as a string, and then let's just do that. Except we actually need to, these are now strings if I do it this way, and then I can just join all of this stuff together. Okay, so there's our 8x8, which corresponds to the left side. And then we can also get our 8x8, which will correspond to the right side. So we can use the same trick. I'll just drop space here the silly way, and we can do that. All right, so we write that. There's our right side. And yeah, we should be seeing the keyboard on the left over here. All right, so here, yeah, this is the shoulder. This is the keyboard. Okay, so this looks like we got the right left side map. We got the black keys, we got the white keys. All the values are less than 4, so this will translate fine into 2 bits. And down on the bottom, I think we have the same story. Yeah, here's the rest of the head, and it looks like here's going out on the right, and here's the foot is raised. I don't know why we're getting some extra zeros here. Did I leave a couple lines blank at the bottom of this image? That seems kind of wonky. Let's just take a quick look-see here to make sure that I didn't just dump. So this is Bitboi. Okay, yeah, that definitely looks problematic because there's pixels all the way down to the bottom of this image. So this looks like something bad has happened here. Yeah, and then, okay, the first 3 lines on top, I'm okay with that. That's all zeros. First of all, did I... Oh, wait a minute. I just took a... Oh, no, okay, that's the whole thing. Yeah, okay, so I took all of this and... install Cocoon Git. I'm not sure if I should even ask what that is, Marco. Cocoon. I'm on a lot of systems that are air gapped, so I mean, having whatever's sort of default on the system, and VI is basically available everywhere, even if Vim isn't. Editor heavily inspired by Vim. Interesting. Cocoon. I mean, movement is by far the best thing. It's got a clippy. What is going on with this? All right. I'll look into this later, but I'm not sure, Marco. Okay. Hey, Erolds and Plots. How are you doing? Zoding Vim? That's a kind of crazy picture he chose for that, isn't it? Kind of sideways W? I don't know what's going on. E. Erolds and Plots, by the way, rest of chat. Had a stream earlier today showing FreeBSD booting cleanly on a ARM64 Raspberry Pi, which is pretty cool. Recent compile. Okay, so right, we're worried about the fact that Bitboi seems to be getting too many lines here. So something has gone awry. Now, before I start looking at that, let's just take another look at final, which was up here before I went looking down there. And let's see if we can see anything. I guess if we reshape this by 16, then let's just do that. Let's just reshape this by 16 and then print that out and stop execution here. Okay, so this should be Bitboi. Okay, so we're seeing the zeros. What is that extra? All right, let's get rid of that. So we're seeing the zeros on top. That's fine. That seems to be in the original graphic. And then we're seeing something that looks head-like, and then we're seeing the keyboard over here, which seems to be fine, but then it seems to be all these zeros showing up at the bottom, which looks a little bit suspect. Let's look at our imported one. Let's see, maybe something went wrong when I indexed the color. So where was that? Let's get rid of that. And let's see. So when we loaded this thing in, we turned it into a NumPy array, and let's just take a quick look at that and stop right there. Okay, so this we're good at this point. So at some point in my transform something bad happened, because you can clearly see Bitboi chilling here. You can see the keyboard here, and you can see the foot is all the way on the bottom row. So that's a good thing, right? So we know that by the time we've converted it to indexed image, we're still good. So I must have done something bad after that. So let's just take a quick look there. So we take row and we take column. We do our little color thing. Oh God, my brain was so fried that I just realized that this was Python. Yes, we're building. We're getting from the image to the pixel art image to packing for the NES. So are you manually converting the image? Yes, I'm manually converting. I mean, I'm using Pill to save me some effort. Like this basically did the palletization. So I'm taking an RGB image and I'm palletizing it so that we just pin the color domain, because we only used a couple colors in the source material. And then I do a translation, which is what this routine is supposed to do, to pin it down to these 4 colors. But something went wonky with my image at that point. So let's just take a look here. So we want to fill out final. And as we're doing that, we're setting value to 0. We're checking to see if the color that we're on right now is, I think let's check that we're not striping. Okay, let's check right here. So before we get to this, even we can leave it a pending, but we're just going to ignore it. So here we're getting value. Let's just print out value, and we'll just append a space after it, and let's just print out a new line after each loop iteration. So we should see something that looks similar to what I just did. And well, I guess we could leave both. Okay, so I need to not do a new line on each one of these prints. So let's say end is nothing. Okay, so now not worried about this. Okay, so actually that is exactly where this is getting introduced. Okay, so that's where our issue is showing up. Let's just turn that real quick. Okay, so we have the problem at this point. So, oh, I get it. So if you wanted to do any color, would this require manual entry of each color? Yes, it does require manual entry, because the NES palette you actually have to load manually. So, I mean, in the case of like when I'm drawing on Bitboi, I can just draw with a set of 4 colors, and as long as I'm only using those colors, then this is going to import just fine. But what colors they correspond to, I actually have to load into the NES at init. So when I'm doing that, I think I did that in, where did I load the palette? I want to say that was in, I know it wasn't in main, but up here in main, I set the palette somewhere. Yeah, NT palette. Okay, so where did I set NT palette? It's here. Okay, it's in data. So this is basically setting the palette for the name table. So here's where I'm entering the colors. I'm choosing the colors from the NES palette. And this is the palette for the sprite table. And here I'm just choosing, again, and I'm using I mean, you can't change the color options that the NES has. Okay. Just brush my cat. Now I have enough extra hair to build another cat. Nice. Nice and simple overall. Yep. Quadrant. Arrows and plots. Yeah. Late to the party. How's your sprites? Well, we're getting somewhere. We're just getting to the problem now. Does the NES support a DB? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. So could you have all the colors in a DB? And okay, I see what you're saying. The palette's fixed, Quadrant. So you actually can't change any of the colors that are available to you. So Quadrant, why am I typing Quadrant? So the NES palette colors, this is them. So that's it. Like that's all of your colors. So when I'm doing one of these palette sets here, this like 11 corresponds to this blue here, and this 12 corresponds to this 12, and this 16 corresponds to this 16, and so on and so forth. So that's actually like you're just choosing from, these are all of the colors that the NES can generate. So you're choosing which ones you want to use. You only get 4 per sprite, and your sprite is 8x8. So you don't get to change any of that. That's all hardware fixed. So that way you never have to constantly reference the colors. I guess that is a drawback. I mean, it's an old system. So, you know, these were all the colors they could generate on the way they did their NTSC, like decode image. You know, they use this, it all derives from like the clock that's like on your power clock. I think they use the 60 hertz for like the US. They use the 60 hertz AC to DC as the generation of the clock. And then they multiply that up to get the clock frequency. And then they do a bunch of multiplying and dividing to get that to be NTSC frequency. And then if you put the right voltage at the right time, you get a color, and the colors bleed a little bit. I mean, there's like some amazing stuff they did in the video hardware to try to get that to like render properly and not cost a fortune at the time with then hardware. Okay, so yeah, I don't really get like free choice of any of these colors. I have to pick 4 of these colors that apply to the given sprite that I'm on. But for right now, I'm fixing the entire BitBoi to one set of 4 colors. We're going to extend that after we find our other bugs. But first, we have to figure out why is this getting other bugs. So right now, I'm going to just take value as value. So we're going to do nothing. We're going to take value as the call, and I'm going to not do the translation and see if I'm screwing it up there. Okay, so yes, there I have my 255s. These are my empty rows up top, but I still have the ones down here at the bottom. So that might be where I'm going wrong. So the ones correspond to black. And so I've got the black bit field and I've got the black shoes, and that's the reason why. Okay, so now it makes sense. That's not black, actually. It's black because if we look at BitBoi, the shoes are black. So all of this down here is turning into 0. And so this background is black and these shoes are black, and they're both turning into the same color value. Okay, so now we know why. So that makes a little more sense. I think, yeah, I mean, basically what we're learning is that, and that's actually why the section that's black up here is problematic. Okay, so the moral of the story is we really don't have enough colors to do this the way that we're doing it right now. And that's the reason that we're running into trouble in the image translation. Okay, so yeah, I just remember my good old colors in URSI. Nice. Air alts and plots. I love 8-bit NES stuff. How are you? Hello, Banana Cat Russian 96. Здравствуйте, Banana Cat Russian 96. That's my Russian accent, as close as I can come. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of sí. Gracias. Okay, we can speak. Es mejor fácil para hablar en español de el ruso. So if we look at the brushes and the clouds on Super Mario, they are the same sprite, but they use a different color palette. That's not quite true. I'm not sure exactly which effect you're referring to, Cam. I'd have to take a look. Okay, so yeah, that's they're basically flipping the palette to kind of, so there's a few things at work here, but the first is that this is okay. So sorry, I'm not showing it. Let me just cut the NES here. So these are in the background. So this is actually a different palette than what's like Super Mario. So what we're dealing with is Super Mario, and you can see right here, Super Mario is like 1, 2, 3 colors. So you got this face, this beard, shirt thing, and this red that's used in the hat and the pants. So like they're actually sticking to the sprite is just, there's just 4 colors here, and then one color which is being used for transparency. So Super Mario is just 4 colors. Now later Marios, they'll start doing palette switching, because what you can do is, if you're careful, you can switch the palette. Like when you get over, when the beam scans across, you can flip the palette, and then you can have a different palette for the next sprite, and or if you're just clever about what's on the line. I don't want to get into that level of complexity. I want something that's more like Super Mario in terms of complexity for the sprite hardware. You read brushes. I wrote bushes. Oh, my bad. Okay, but this is sort of a different story. Now, in this case, they're really just using the same. Yeah, this is just a palette change, right? So that probably what you're saying. They're reusing the same graphics. So that's on the Care ROM. They're reusing the same character entry for those tiles, and they're just recoloring it with the sprite. So I think I fully understand what you're saying now. But anyway, yep, big fan of GIMP too. GIMP because I don't want to pay for Photoshop. Okay, so oh yeah, no, it's totally an interesting fact camp. I mean, you're going to see all sorts of crazy stuff to reuse the tile hardware. I'm going with a slightly larger character ROM than what Super Mario. I think Super Mario had I want to say, I mean, they're like mapper 0. So they had like really the base like ROM size that you could get in that game. Yeah, makes for creative solutions. So how do you make sprites in GIMP? Banana Cat Russian, I don't actually know how to make them in GIMP. It's like kind of hard to work with. I was having trouble earlier just working with index tiles. This particular editor is PicoPixel, which is available for every platform. And PicoPixel is really aimed strongly at, I'm actually, so what I've got this loaded in GIMP, so I apologize to the stream. I'll actually show let's get the right editor up there. So if I come over here and load up PicoPixel, and we're going to just drag this over here, then we should be able to, no, don't, let's PicoPixel the BB file. It didn't let me do a nice little selection. All right, so PicoPixel on the BB file. If I bring that over here, this is how I actually drew this character. And this is nice because you can use another image as your palette, and you can just sample from it, and that way you know that you're staying on the right colors that are available to you at the time. You pay for Photoshop, time saved. Actually, I have nothing against Photoshop if you know what you're doing with it. I don't really know what I'm doing with it, so I don't bother. And pretty much everything that I do graphics wise, I've been able to do with GIMP. So I'm positive to somebody who does professional graphic work that it's probably like, you want to have good tools, right? I mean, I have no problem with that. But I don't really want to pay for a subscription for it for like relatively light use. Okay, so, but even still, I'm not sure how Photoshop would be for, pixel editing. That doesn't seem like it's strong suit. Maybe there's some secret mode that I don't know about. PicoPixel, on the other hand, is designed like ASC, Sprite. These editors are designed ground up for bitmap, like for this type of like pixel art graphics. So they're really friendly to pixel art work. But you know, I think that like maybe in the art stream, if we could find somebody who's like really into like pixel stuff. I'm always on the look for pixel artists. They're pretty hard to find. I've seen. I liked using GIMP for pixel art. I've added to GIMP. Oh, interesting. Nom. I'd have to talk. I'd be interested in your process a little more. We should chat about that on Discord. By the way, for everyone else that's new, we have a Discord. So if you're into those kind of topics, feel free to drop by. I used to do Grand Theft Auto VC bitmap work. Oh. Assuming GTA there is Grand Theft Auto. Oh, Vice City. Yeah, that makes sense. Bitmap work. That's very cool. Yeah, I'm a noob as far as pixel editing goes. But okay, so we have a color problem. Well, the easy thing we can do graphics-wise, if we really want to play around with this, is we can shift. We don't need this red, because what we could do is if we shifted this down, I think this is just this red. This is so right here on this line that I'm drawing sort of terribly. This is 8. That's 8 bits down. So that's going 8 bits down. So the red actually doesn't show up until the next tile. So as long as we make sure that one of these colors doesn't occur, then we don't really have a problem, as long as we, you know, assign palette 1 to this and like palette 2 to this. But I don't want to burn all of my available palette slots on just the main character. So this is probably why Super Mario is showing with just 4 bits of color. So we're gonna back that out. That's interesting that happened to just hit at 8-bit boundary, because I totally didn't plan that. Yeah, so let's. All right, so we could worry about that later. What I'm gonna do for now is I'm gonna ditch the red color. So if we get rid of the red color, I think it's really important that we have a transparent color. So we need to keep 0 for transparency, but let's add a different color for the black so that they're 2 different things. And I guess that is sort of a question coming back to programming for a moment. That's what we were sort of doing. Okay, so it turned out we weren't actually busting anything. This was actually the right thing. So I'm going to get rid of the display, and I'm going to get rid of the display. That was a side effect of the fact that we were translating our way out. So if I get rid of this, and okay, so this was real black and this was transparent. So I turned these into different colors. So what I'm going to do instead is, let's call this the first one. Because we really need that. So that's going to be that. And let's use the color we're going to bump here for the moment. We're going to have to figure out how to get red, because that keyboard's got to be red. Is going to be this one. Okay, so let's go with red is 5. So this is the one we're going to bump for now. Bump. Okay, and let's take This is 1. Let's just bump all these up. This is 1.0, and this is 1.1. So we're gonna have to change the palette on the other side too, but we'll worry about that in a moment. So that means that we end up with this thing. So let's just print out what we got. So this is final, and I'm gonna just exit here. Here, 5. Okay, because it's trying to look up a 5 and it doesn't have it anymore. So I'm gonna take 5 and just temporarily bump to get red back. For now, bump. Okay, so let's take 5 and what color's closest? Nothing's close to red in that image, so let's go with the light blue. Actually, there's only one blue, isn't there? All right, we're just gonna make it blue for now. So okay, then we're back to this. So if we continue where we were doing our reshape and this. So we're gonna close that. And okay, now we've got Bitboi back, and we're gonna have to deal with the fact that his keyboard is now blue, but Bitboi is showing up. So we have our couple lines of blank here at the top, but this is going all the way to the bottom. So we know that we're algorithmically kind of right. Oh, Banana Cat Russian, thank you for joining the Discord. I appreciate that. And I definitely want to hear more about pixel stories if you've done some bitmap work there. So Cam, I'm looking at the SNES specs, and it seems quite a bit more capable. 16-bit will be the future. Cam throwing a kappa without the kappa. I'm gonna give you a kappa. Okay, that's awesome. Yes, the SNES is very color rich, comparatively speaking. I mean, if you look at like the SNES color palette, it's, I mean, they have like 4096, or did they actually go full 16-bit? I'm not sure that they got the full range, but yes, okay, the NES. This down here looks more, this looks like probably a pretty cool website. Oh, that's Wikipedia. So yeah, we can see some comparisons here. Oh, look at this. Oh, go Wikipedia. Game Boy. That's with proper dithering, but there's a right. Where's our Super Nintendo? Yeah, I mean, this is a, okay, so you get a practical 256 color. So they have 15-bit RGB that they get to use, but you only get to use 256 simultaneous colors at once. That refers to like the palette that you've got loaded, as opposed to the total palette you can choose from. And the total palette you can choose from is pretty serious, relatively speaking. Yeah, I mean, so what they're going to do, this is actually a real, so before with the NES, this is indexed color, right? So there's no RG and B in this color space. I mean, it's literally just like, you've got these colors, then you got these colors, then you got these colors, etc. So you basically just, it's indexed. So you pick the color based on this palette, and that's it. On the SNES, you're actually getting RGB. So you're actually getting a red, green, and blue value. It just happens to be fit into a 15-bit word. So I'm guessing they probably went with like 555. So you probably get 5 bits of red, 5 bits of green, 5 bits of blue. So Fulu Live, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Vape Juice Jordan rating, what's going on here? I totally spaced out there. So I'm sorry, Vape. I appreciate that. Thank you for the raid, dude. How are you doing? By the way, everybody, if you have not seen Vape Juice Jordan, the VJJ, you should take a look at his stream. Vape Juice Jordan. I've seen him do pair programming. I've seen him look over code, do code reviews. I've seen him building his own infrastructure service. There's all sorts of great stuff there, actually. But thank you for the raid. And by the way, Vape Juice Jordan, you might like the epic emotes that I managed to finally get. So check out this. I've got my... this is the kind of code that I'm working on right now. It's a dumpster fire. Some of the best programming emotes you'll see on Twitch. There is a... we have the no regex, so no regular expressions allowed in this channel. So thanks for the sub, Vape Juice Jordan. Thank you. I appreciate it. There is the... he's seen me deal with a whole lot of regular expression issues there. And then, of course, you know, this one, I think all programmers would like. This is fine. This is fine. So we got a little pixel graphics from a commissioned from a real pixel artist, not me. Yeah, I think they're all great for programming. I have a new programming emote coming out soon. I need to grab food, but I hope, yeah, well, hey, grab food. Thanks for dropping by, and thank you very much for the raid. So everyone, yeah, take a look at Vape Juice Jordan if you haven't already. He's also from the Netflix crew. So I'm Xflix. I'm no longer at Netflix, but Vape is still at Netflix as far as I'm aware. So, and look at Alt F4 dropping a regular expression in there. He's just being naughty. It's doing it in a smiley face. I don't believe. Have you seen the fog machine? I've not seen the fog machine. Did he actually hook up a real fog machine? That's awesome. Bert Stanton. Bert Stanton. That's a legend on the 88-bit music. Bert Stanton knows all about exactly what I'm building here with Bitboi. This is Bitboi Classic. This is what we're working on, Bert Stanton. You come at a very interesting time. We're working on the NES port of a game built by 88-bit music. For those of you who don't know, one of the best 88-bit music, and I'm talking about the 88-bit music. He is one of the best video game performers, score artists. He plays amazing piano, and he's the inspiration of this game. I'm doing the port of his GameMaker game to the original NES. So that's what we're trying to get to work. Bitboi kind of looks like Abe Lincoln. Nice one, Cam. I appreciate that. For shortcut, what's going on? To see Alt F4, press Alt F4 to see the Alt F4. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Banana Cat Russian, it hurts. It hurts, Alt F4. I'm sorry, man. It is built into your name, though. You do understand that. So anyway, for those of you who are new, let's see. Have you been lurking the whole time? Oh, no, he's here, man. So what we're drawing in terminal graphics here is the version of Bitboi that you see translated here. I'm working on the image pipeline, but this is the actual game. We're gonna build it. This is 6502 assembly with a whole bunch of C that compiles to 6502. This is the main C module that we wrote so far, and this I'm using CC65, which assembles it to 6502 in case you need to tweak the assembly yourself. So this is pretty nice because you can see like the C line here, and then you actually get like, this is the instructions in 6502. And if you put that all together and you assemble it correctly, and you do this, then you end up with, here's our emulator, and we're building Bitboi Classic. And Bert Stanton, check out that beautiful attract screen. I hand drew that, trying to kind of mimic the style of the Bitboi GameMaker version. So that's, and I really got to race against this date, because if I keep taking any longer building this game, it's going to be 2021 by the time I actually get this out. So this is actually where we are in terms of the game. So we have some collision detection at this point. So you can kind of come along here. I've got the Schlorps, which are up here. So you can see these guys over here. These are the enemies that are going to get you. I'm currently showing debugging info in the score counter. So this is showing the Y position of how high or low you are. I have not implemented physics yet. We just got collision working the other day, and there's a bug in it. So anyway, that is totally, no, don't say that, Cam. We are going to get it done in 2020. So yeah, wow. That's literally my life motto. Nice. Some DMCA free music. Okay. I will check that. I actually have some music. We can listen to some music that's way DMCA free because I commissioned it. So let's go I don't know. Let's pop open a little slow funk, I think that's the way we got to go. This is like coding slow funk. SomeCodingGuy, I would pay $4 to play it like that. Really? Banana cat, right? That's interesting. I'm actually building the physical cartridge. So there's actually, these are the proms that are coming out for the actual physical game. This is the cartridge that I tried to desolder, but I lifted a couple of the traces, so I'm going to have to get another donor cartridge for the actual game. This is the shell. This is what remains of the game that I opened. So it is no longer in its former NES shell. But stop buying this stuff off eBay. I'm trying to get these. I need some crappy games. If anybody wants to donate crappy Nintendo games, I will send you my address because I need crappy Nintendo games as donor cartridges. In particular, this chip right here. This is the SICK chip shown over here on this side of the screen. This chip is a Nintendo lockout chip, and it's kind of a pain. If you need to work with like a regular unmodified Nintendo, then building that is a little bit hairy. I know it's amazing programming. I commissioned this amazing programming music, and look at that, Bert Stanton going for the sub. Thank you, Bert Stanton. Much appreciated. I do appreciate it. Bert Stanton also supporting musicians. I have not talked 88-bit music into composing anything yet, but that is coming someday. I definitely want to get that done. He never shows the game, what game it was. No, it's okay. I will just break my NES and replace the chip with your chip. Thank you, Banana Cat Rush. There's a trick. There was one of the game illegal system things that they did was they basically blow a massive voltage into the corresponding chip. The way the SICK chip works is there's this it sends a sequence. The Nintendo asks for a sequence, it sends a sequence back, and then they both kind of agree, all right, you're fine. And if it doesn't work, then you get that blinking screen, like when you would turn on a Nintendo game and it would blink and it would look like you'd see your game sort of loading, but not. That's actually the lockout chip kicking in. So it's basically saying, you didn't get a good negotiation. But there was a version of this that just blew a voltage across so it would fry the lockout chip in your Nintendo. And that company got in trouble for that. But that is one way to get around the copy protection in the original NES. Yeah. So anyway, what are we doing? We're coding. We're just rolling. So what I'm trying to do this stream is I'm trying to get rid of this. I'm using this tiny 8x8 sprite, and I'm trying to rebuild it so that we get a nice 2x3 sprite, which is 16 bits by 24 bits, so that we get something that's sort of Super Mario proportion. And that's kind of what we were just looking at before. So that's sort of what we're doing today. DMCA in 1988, dang hackers. There was no DMCA in 1988. There was that. It wasn't the Millennium, right? Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which was pre-millennium, but yeah, they did have ways to deal with copy protection even back then. There were other ways if you actually wanted to modify your Nintendo, and the good old days. There are open source implementations of the SICK chip. I've seen there's an FPGA one. It feels wrong, Cam. It doesn't feel right. I feel like that you're probably picking a fight with Nintendo that you don't really want to pick. So I believe that if you're going from a donor cartridge, you paid for the rights for that chip on that board. So you could take that off and put it on another board. I feel like that's fine. That's totally legal, right? Dude, this is the best. When the internet was there was not a lot of internet at that point, but there was some internet back then. Okay, so yeah. Let's get back to coding. So thank you, Raiders. It's awesome. It's good to see you. And by the way, if you're all the Discord sort, we talk in a little more detail about programming things and how we're going to have a free higher education future and all that. If you want to join us, then that's over there. So you can go check that out. Hey, man, it was a lot more hackable. Dude, everything's hackable. What are you talking about? that never changed. But love the 2-month badge you got there, by the way. That's the Tau being better than Daddy. Nice one, Banana Cat Russian. Love it. So yeah, we're gonna go with let's go with Zonged. We actually have a whole like this is more like the slow coding. I commissioned a whole album of coding music, and actually the artist who's building this stuff, he's actually working on. We have like an LP worth at this point. I should say we have an EP worth at this point. We have like half an album, and we have another half coming soon. So he's doing some amazing stuff right now. Why does pi exist? It's a terrible world. Now it's like 90,000 layers of encryption. And we've got 90,001 ways to undo all that Alt F4. So we're gonna, don't you worry about that. Back then, I could literally do it with, it's true. Yeah, we do have to get a little bit better. So fight the pi cartel. Thank you, Cam, dropping the bot stuff there. All right, so yeah, I'm hearing you, Alt F4. I am hearing you, dude. Okay, so yeah, let's roll. Oh, and by the way, anybody who wants to learn C, who doesn't know C, but you're all, I'm guessing you're all programmers because you're hanging out in science and technology, then I have posted the entire C as an additional language course online. So you can actually take it right here from Coding with Some Guy. The website is no longer an embarrassment. So it's got its rough patches, but what's programming? Okay, that's the Python from scratch. If you're asking what's programming, you're going to want the Python from scratch section down there at the bottom. So I'm just gonna get that. That's this. I'm still developing that, but this has actually been tested. We have a student that's made it all the way through. She did it live on stream. She's an astrophysicist and she knows Python. So that makes it sound like it's rocket science. It's not rocket science, but she is very bright just in general. So you can watch the whole thing. I've got all the episodes with the video here that you can see my bad handwriting that shows up on the board. But I will teach you C if you do want to learn it. It's all there. Is there another way to not code and make an NES game? Oh, and I will cuss at you in C#. I like C#, so you're good. That's not cussing in here. I don't know another way. It's most of the community is doing it in assembly. I want to do it in a higher level language, so that's why I've been kind of doing the C stuff, because it's a lot easier to write C. I'm using Python for the tools, so that's kind of what we're doing. Waiting on the Rust tutorial, 715, kicking me. Okay, so dispose, nice. Can we learn Lisp next? Let's get the Emacs editor people to teach Lisp. I've matched too many parentheses in my life to ever want to do Lisp again. Not to mention the fact that Lisp and JavaScript, they're kind of close. So I get tinges, if I start thinking about that. Can we do Lua? You are free to do everything you want. But I'm not sure what class I'm gonna. I feel like there's a lot of classes available for Lisp and Lua and things like that. Can you start using VS Code? Knock it off, Fafi. I'm definitely going to keep using Vim. Okay, so what's programming? Yeah. All right, we're good. Can you do C++? No, why do you want to do C++? Why ruin a beautiful language like C with C++? Classes and all that stuff. Please use Emacs. No, I'm not. All right, you're all a bunch of haters today. You're just hating on the tech. Here I am, like streaming free, giving away classes, do whatever you want. Man, I'm just getting hated on for tech. All right, well, we're using Vim in here. Boy. So it comes with an accent like that when you say that. So let's just do Java and NetBeans. I got Discord Rich Presence working on Emacs, and it changed my life for the better. I'm not sure I want Rich Presence working, but yeah, Vim. And besides, there's Vim Conf today, so it's kind of awesome. Can we do HTML? All right, we do HTML in when we need to. So I actually pulled that out in. We built a streaming service from scratch with CSG Flicks, and this is HTML. This was live coded Twitch. I'm sorry about the size of this window. I really got to fix that. But you can get a YouTube link if you go in here and do the needful. So you will see HTML in here whenever this decides to load. Yeah, okay. So here we're working JavaScript and integrated HTML, naughty live coded style, and I'm building a user interface that works for infrared controls in this particular thing. What about NeoVim? Seriously, no real opinion on NeoVim. I'm just using straight Vim. I'm used to basically not having anything installed on the system that I'm working on. So like most of my setup is optimized around I can quickly take just about any machine in existence and start programming on it. And that's I don't try to lean on tools that often. That's good or a bad thing. I don't know. I mean, it depends on the problem domain. Like if I'm working in like, I don't know, Java or something, then I'm probably using an IDE. I'm probably not writing straight in Vim, but that's what it is. Make a PS2 game. I actually had the PS2 dev kit, Banana Cat Russian. There was a Sony actually released Linux, which allowed you to access the Emotion engine in PS2, which was a pretty cool set of chips, but it was really hard to get things to work. Java sucks. Hey, whoa there. Wow. Yeah, you all are a feisty crowd today, aren't you? So not only is Java widely used, but the JVM is very widely used, like Java or not. But anyway, so let's get out of that. Let's get back to coding. Let's get back to what we're supposed to. 10 lines of code an hour seems to be the live streaming challenge. Like if you can write 10 lines of code an hour, you're basically good. Yeah, teach me more. I want to earn money fast. That's, I was having this discussion with Primogen the other day, and both of us agree that probably the fastest payoff for learning programming to like making money and getting paid for your programming is probably JavaScript. It seems like the lowest effort, least number of hours to learn versus the jobs that are available and, being able to make some pretty good bank. And that, like, if you're not too much of a program, but you already said, Banana Cat Russian, that you were doing some C#. So your C# actually has a pretty heavy salary band attached to it. So what are you worried about? Just go grab a C# job. Ew. Yeah. I mean, Quadrant, sometimes you got to do the needful. You got bills to pay. JavaScript's what's hiring. I'm not too picky about the language. When I get a choice, I program in Python. I often don't get a choice. So, yeah, web dev is definitely, you earn your pay. I think there's no question about that. If you're only thinking about the money, probably should do something else. That's probably fair, Quadrant. But the particular question Primogen and I were both pushing back and forth was, like, for somebody that wants to get a professional career in software, like, what's the path of least resistance? And, we both kind of agreed JavaScript is probably it. Learn JavaScript to afford airplanes. JavaScript has probably bought more airplanes in Silicon Valley than any other language. I have no data to back that up, but that's okay because we're in a post-data society from everything I read in the press. So it doesn't matter if I have no data. Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and No, I like C#, by the way, Fafi. I'm a fan. C#'s pretty well. I mean, it's basically like Java++, right? Except not as bad as C++. All right, so yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that, Quadrant. I mean, I would say it's selling out to the man. I mean, we're all in jobs, right? So you're going to earn your pay somehow. And I don't really care what programming language it is. You're going to be doing some dirty work in it. Like, someone's got to write the menu code. Nobody ever wants to write the menu code. That was always our example at Yahoo of the torture programming. I feel like CS is really high payout for the cost of the degree versus other careers you can get after you get as an undergraduate. I agree with that. Nom. There's probably some data around there somewhere, but I would say further that if you're not ready, willing, or able to afford the CS degree, JavaScript, you could come up to speed pretty quick and get a job pretty quick with or without the degree. Not that I think it's great that we have a lot of people without the degree training in the field that are making technical decisions, but that's a separate issue. If you want to get some pay relatively quick, that's probably your path of least resistance. So you mean Microsoft job? No, it's a pretty solid language designers. But yeah, I mean, C# really was building on a lot of the concepts from Java. You're being sarcastic. Okay, well, let's not pick on Fafi. Fafi's an old timer here. C++ is the best. Okay, Marco. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing game programming, you're definitely doing C++ these days. Python second best. I think any coding is great. If you like it, go for it. I agree with that too, Quadrant. mjoule or elixir. Yeah. Key is persistence. Yeah, it's true. Make an NES virus. I'm not making an NES virus. Cat Russian. I wonder if you're the same Cat Russian that I know from. No, okay, probably not. I think that community college makes a lot of sense. I agree with that, Quadrant. I paid for a lot of my rent senior year with web dev before having a degree, so definitely JavaScript for quick cash. Yeah, it's not pretty, but we do JavaScript when we have to. It's not pretty. Okay, so there are, I feel like there's so many languages that are just much nicer to work in than JavaScript, but call me biased. All right, so I have no idea what you're speaking about. I am me, not him. Okay, all right, fair enough. So I like JavaScript in general. Sacrifices must be made. I went from C++ to Java, then to JS. I went... Yeah, I mean, I was doing embedded C, and I then and then I actually was doing, we were fixing mono for a while because the 3D world system we were building was in C#, and we didn't want to pay Microsoft licensing, so because it's expensive. And so that was before they'd open sourced the .NET stuff and everything else. But so we invested a bit in mono, and yeah, then I went back to kind of a scatter of languages, but I'd say a lot C, and there was some PHP in there. And then I took a job doing JavaScript, and yeah. Well, paid some bills. So too many startups, and you have to do some JavaScript. I feel like that's probably what happens. JavaScript and C# are the only two languages I used in production. I've toyed around with C++ and Python. Yeah, I mean, it depends really on the problem domain, Fafi, but yeah, I mean, we were doing, our 3D client was in C++, which is not how much I will be able to use it at work. Yeah, that's a big question with a lot of languages. You went Java, C, Python, Verilog, doing some hardware on them though. JavaScript, Python in terms of projects, jobs I was working on. Yeah, I will give you $0 to make a virus that breaks your NES. No, Banana Cat Russian, no. I'm not breaking my NES. Okay, Python is the new bay. Yeah, Python is the bay. Most of my coding is React.js nowadays, along with AWS. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I usually don't get into language arguments because like when you're joining a company, like usually you don't have any choice in what the language is. Like how many companies have you joined where it was a greenfield choice, that there was no tech already built and you were just like, you could write this in whatever you want and they're willing to pay you? Like, I haven't seen that very often. I mean, I've seen people get to make language choices now and again, but generally speaking, you're either limited by what's already there in code or what they are able to find for programmers wherever they're looking. And that ends up being it. Startups, I have no language preference if they're new. That's true, but they also can't pay you. Nom nom. I did say paying jobs. Okay, I pay myself. Yep, that's cool. Yeah, if you get to freelance, usually you get a little more say in the language. All right, so language issues aside, let's cue up some more music. So we're gonna go with the cave music next, I think, and yeah, this is what we need to get through the rest of this program. So what we were doing was we had Bitboi. Is that really loud? Let me know if that's too loud, by the way. Okay. Got a little chippy in there. A little chippy music for our chip NES stuff. Okay. So we had just sliced this array. We had just printed it out. And we looked at it and we discovered that this was Bitboi after we had fixed the palette stuff. I thought PHP was dying, but then what do you know? Yeah, Quadrant, I would never lived in a world where you got to pick. I mean, it's like they want PHP. You're writing PHP. I mean, as a serious programmer, what do you care what the language is? It's like, look, this is where you deposit the check, and I want this code base not to totally suck, and I'd like to work with some cool people. All right. You know, it's like, it's got to be PHP. Fine. You know, I didn't add that as a parameter. I think I'd rather not program in PHP, but, you know, whatever. It's still like, WordPress is like most of the internet now, isn't it? Chips challenge. I don't know what the chips challenge is. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we get our Oh, chips. Like, you mean like chip tunes? No, I commissioned this as Chippy, right? I wanted it. So I'll give you an example, by the way, for this song. I'll play that song again, but that song, I had sent him my fast Chippy song that I had written. It's very short, by the way. I was like, let's get Chippy. Let's get like end boss. All right, you know, we need something like crawling through the cave before we get to the end boss. So like that's a little too high speed. Let's go like a little lower speed, developing. You know, we're not quite ready to fight the boss, but we need to have like, you know, some music while we're coding along. And so that's basically kind of where this song fit in. Chip challenge, the OG game. Oh, interesting. I literally have to use React, Apex, PHP, Node.js. I'm getting some freedom, but it's also insanely difficult to change. Yeah, that's right. There's always a huge legacy code base, which is why typically you don't get a lot of language choice, unless you're coming into like a brand new project or a startup or something where you're probably not getting paid that well. Unless you've already done your time and then they let you pick something for a new project, but that's about the only other exception. Like we have an entire API built in PHP that I want to convert, but yeah, and again, why is the company going to want to spend all that money converting it? That's why it's a lot easier to have the programmer be flexible than the language flexible. But there's something to be said. I've seen rewrites that worked. I've seen rewrites that don't work. There's good and bad code is the reality. Like many, like entry-level engineering. Sour, please. Yeah, I mean, like I think the newer in the field, usually there's less languages you tend to know really well, so you probably get more wrapped up in it. The song you made sounds like a rip-off Clear Card. I don't know what rip-off Clear Card. I don't know what Clear Card is, but I just sat down one day with the keyboard that's sitting over there in the closet, and I went ba-ba-ba-ba, and that's where that song came from. Do you not have BT TV? No, I don't have BT TV. What's BT TV? 715? Like that. Personally want to get deep into Go or Rust, though. I mean, Rust, well, I don't want to get into language wars, but Rust probably has a pretty interesting future now that the major browsers have been implementing it, not just Mozilla and Firefox. Although I guess some of that came into question with the layoffs at Mozilla recently, so who knows? But you know, I think Chrome said that they were adopting some Rust stuff. There was some people over at Microsoft said they were going Rust. So if that really happens, then Rust is going to be a pretty common skill, I think, soon. Not super soon, but extension for Twitch adds GIF emote support. Oh, okay, I'll look into that. If you were to learn one first, which would you choose, Go or Rust? I guess it's a question of timeline, but if I was looking for something right now, probably Go. I mean, there's a lot more people hiring for Go, a lot more development going on in Go. Oops. Getting our Shala tune here. I will call them. Actually, hang on one second. I gotta be careful. Hey. Are you okay? Okay, can I call you back? I'm streaming. Okay, bye. Okay, just had to see if it was something bad. Okay, all fine. Nothing wrong. Nothing bad. Lower the music, absolutely. That should be lower. Let me know how that sounds. 715. Quadrant. Oh, right. Yeah. So, Vic the Slick. I've been using Go professionally and for hobby projects for like 2 to 3 years. Really like it. Yeah, I mean it's a decent language. I saw the design. Looked fine. I mean, it was kind of like, I think their original reason for writing it was they wanted to have less Google wanted less of a C++ code base, less of a C++ focus. Oh, now you can't hear it. Okay, sorry. Here, give me feedback on the levels when I'll queue something up. We'll go with, let's go with this one. This one's inspired by I Am Setsuna. Okay, how's that? Do you think Rust will replace C++ one day? I don't know, Quadrant. That's a good question. It's got the potential in that it works in the same. Okay, good to know, 715. It's got the potential in that it works in the same sort of system space and like minimal like executable, and it's explicit. I mean, so you have the memory stuff where it's explicit, but it's not like a garbage collected, like it doesn't have the stuff from like a fully managed runtime and all the other stuff. So it's still operating the same sort of space that C++ can operate in, but I don't know if they're going to get popular enough. I mean, that's an open question to me. I mean, I think that's part of why you're seeing the Rust people fighting so hard for developer mindshare right now. So like, it's still a little fringe. I think its future is by no means certain. Go, I think, will definitely, so for less risk, Go will definitely have a future for a while. Like, I mean, you've got at least a solid 10 years, probably 10 years plus of Go being actively used for a lot of professional development. Rust, I don't know. That's a toss-up. I'm not. They're still trying to they have an existential threat. So like Rust could just disappear at the rate that it's going if they don't grow enough. Like I don't feel like they've really hit critical mass yet. But who knows? It's going to depend on decisions that people make at companies everywhere. All right, so I really like Python, so I'm going to be programming in Python because Python is super high level, and it's like writing pseudocode. Is Go advertised a lot? I never see it on random job listings. I see. I've seen it a fair bit. I mean, there's a nice developer survey if you haven't checked it out. I think it's Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow developer survey jobs careers pay. I feel like there was something out there. They had a breakdown of languages and sort of pay stuff. So, well, anyway, take a look at this whenever you get around to it. I feel like Go is. Of course they're gonna have it like Go. Let's see if Rust is somewhere in there. Okay, so I mean, so this is showing the breakdown of like current dev, and Go has decent market share. I mean, C is like just behemoth, been around, but I think it's been kind of like decreasing. Is that the survey I'm looking for? 715. Huh. Oh, that didn't work. Maybe it just didn't copy that right. It's probably regional though. Walmart. I mean, it's definitely regional, Cam. I mean, if you're looking at like a local company, they're going to hire only whatever language their system's built in. So, I mean, it's definitely regional. I mean, Prometheus, Servy. I'm a huge fan of TypeScript. Yeah, I mean, TypeScript is kind of like that when you have to program in JavaScript and you want it not to be too terrible sort of language. Okay. Moving on. I got my program. You know what? I'm not writing any code. So I got to get my 10 lines of code an hour here. So, okay. We're at the point where you all can debate that. If you really want to debate it, come to the Discord and we will just argue language and professional career all day. So, yeah, for solo dev, it doesn't matter what language you're using. I mean, if you're only writing your own stuff, use whatever you want, right? Okay, so looks like there's a better link here. I'll take one look at that before we move on. Okay, yeah, this is all right. So this is kind of the global app. What is Perl doing up here? That's kind of crazy. But this is worldwide, so that's interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say you could tell by the salaries right away that it's probably not just US. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not much of a Rubyist. I did a couple projects in Ruby, and I don't know. I don't think it'd be my first choice. So yeah, Scala is going to be around for a bit. I mean, again, more on the data domain than some of the other languages you're going to see on this list. Go and Objective. So Go, pretty solid showing. I think there's a lot of job things happening for that. Objective C, obviously, if you're more on the client languages here, I'm still surprised Perl is so high up. That's surprising. I would have assumed PHP was more popular than Perl, but I guess this isn't just popularity. This is pay. So this isn't giving you a direct idea of like how many jobs there are. So that might be learning, problem solving. Well, all right. Anyway, I think they do a pretty good job of trying to answer all the questions in here. So I've never touched it. I just see a lot of memes about it, so I jump on the bandwagon. I mean, it's really very heavy on syntactic sugar. It's very heavy on symbology. It's not very Englishy like a lot of other programming languages typically are, especially given their historical developments. So it's got its communities. I mean, it's really, there's certain things if you want to work for DHH, you're probably doing Ruby. So anyway, okay, I'm going back to programming. So if you want to fight about it, come join us in Discord and we will talk it out and we will enjoy it. What is Scala? Scala is it's a JVM language, so it compiles down to bytecode. It's commonly used in data science. It's pretty well thought out language. I mean, it's sort of pleasant to work in. It lends itself to a lot of functional paradigms. Again, if you're dealing with data, it's pretty solid choice. Like if you don't want to write it in Python and you're dealing with data, Scala or Go, probably more on the Scala side, is your next like tier up. Flutter, Dart seem really cool for mobile dev. I don't think Dart's going to make it. I can't tell you on Flutter, but I've seen a lot of languages come and go, and if it doesn't have a big enough community, I mean, you're going to invest a lot learning a language, so you might as well. Again, it's like, are you doing it academically or are you doing it because you want a career? Then, you got to kind of think about it a bit. But you also want to think about, too, if you have some time, like you want to pick a language, you want to do something you want to do, right? So if you know that a particular company is using a given technology, learn that technology, right? That's it. Like, because that's where you want to be. But if you're looking for like general skills that apply and you don't really care what you're doing and you're probably going to hate yourself after a little while, then, JavaScript or whatever. And you'll probably get there. Okay. I think career-wise for me right now, I just have to stay in Node.js and PHP. I mean, yeah, it's pretty solid career-wise. I mean, you're going to have a lot of access to work. Pretty easy to find jobs. Kotlin skews to, Kotlin's also usually JVM language. Like I was saying earlier in the Java debate, there's a lot that uses the Java runtime versus just programming in Java itself. So a lot of good thinking that went into the JRE. Long live Sun. Sun is dead. Okay, so we've got our thing and we need to get this bit packed. Okay, so what we were doing was we want to split this into half tiles. So I want 8 of these and I want 8 by 8 and I want 8 by 8 over here. So I don't think I can. Oh yeah, I can. Sweet. So you need to do something like, let's see, here's 4 and here's 4 more. And yeah, this is sort of like the first sprite, right? And we want to get that out and then we want to get this out as the second sprite, and then we want to get this out, and so on. So we want to build it sort of that way. And that's sort of where we were building before we ran into that issue before. So this is reshaping it into 16. And what I was going to do is I'm going to reshape that back into 8. So we're going to get rows of 8. So this is going to be right. So it's not going to lay out nicely anymore. But now this is 8 at a time. And it's going even odd because I'm going the left side and the right side in the example I just showed you. So we're going to go here and turn the music back on because why give up the music now that we're coding? I think we already did funk. Oh, this is a different funk. Okay, so we're dividing that into even and odd, and we're basically saying when you're on an even one, then throw it on the left, and if you're on an odd one, throw it on the right. So that's the odd. And then let's go look at what this looks like. So here's odd, here's even, and here's odd. Okay, so I'm gonna just add the break, and let's take a look at this. Okay, so we are seeing the boot down here on the bottom, and we're seeing, here's the keyboard sort of showing up on the left side here. So this is looking pretty solid. Yeah, this looks like it got the left side right. And then just coming down here, we're seeing the boot over here, and yeah, here's Bitboi's face. Okay, so, and we have an arm sort of coming out here. So that looks like it chopped it right, even odd. So now it's just a matter of showing 8 of these at a time. So what we want to do is, well, let's just reshape it again. Let's say that this is a reshape of thin even. Let's just work with the even side for the moment. And we're going to take that and we're going to say that we want to take a free Y dimension. And actually, no, we don't want a free Y. We want an 8Y and we're going to leave the X dimension free. So it is already constrained to 8 across, but we want to get 8 down, 8 down, 8 down. So we should get 3 chunks this way. So let's say that these are the vertical even side, and let's just take a quick look at what that looks like. So that's not quite what I expected. So let's take the first one. Okay, so the way this sliced is not what I was expecting. Can I reverse these? Okay, so I'm slicing the wrong thing, aren't I? So we want to reshape it. We know that there's 3 of these. Oops, no, that's 3 of each of those numbers. 8 of these, 8 by 8. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here we're getting the front, here's like a little bit of the head over here, and we're getting the top of the keyboard. Here's the keyboard, and here's the body, and here's the bottom of the keyboard, and here's the boot. Okay, so it looks like this worked for a slice. So if I pull one of these blocks, like let's just say, like, let's just see the top one, then we get the right thing, and then if we pull the second one, we also get the right thing, and if we pull the third one, yeah, we're getting the right thing. Okay, cool. So that'll give us a slice. What is the bitmap for? This is actually the player sprite that I'm working on right now. Yeah, I guess we should shut the salary down. Sorry for leaving that up. Okay, I think, yeah, let's see. F, nice, Cam. Fundamentals I can't spell. I also like Android. Yeah, I like Android too. I like Android dev. It's hard to see, honestly. So do you have to manually use the function on each image? Okay, well, that's what we're doing, Quadrants. We are automating this. Wondering if you can keep like a global store or bitmap. And yeah, that's what we're doing. Basically, that's the point of this stream. So what I'm trying to get right now is 8x8 tiles. So this is giving me 3 8x8 tiles that are vertical, and that's going to be this sort of left side. And then I get my 3 8x8 tiles for the right side, and that's what I'm going to pack onto the Nintendo cartridge. Okay, so let's take this and let's do the same thing with the odd side. I haven't tried to generalize the whole thing yet. I'm just going in steps here. All right, so if we look at the odd side and we just look at, let's see if we get this. Okay, so yeah, we're seeing the first one on the odd side, we're seeing the head. And if I pull the second one on the odd side, yep, we're seeing the shirt coming down and the arm. And the third one on the odd side, yeah, we're getting the boot on the leg is raised. So here's the boot, here's the leg. So we're good to go. That seems pretty good. I don't want to sit here thinking I understand what I did. No, fair enough. But it seems like it's all making sense so far. Yeah. Well, now we got to actually take this thing and pack it, right? We got to get this thing into packed format. So now we've extracted one 8x8 block. We need to actually go and pack that into bytes. So let's say that let's just start with the, well, we're going to call these one at a time, aren't we? So let's just pack the first one. So let's pack the top left. And this is where we're going to output the file. That's the binary file name. And the thing that we're going to pack, and I forget which format I expected this to be in, is going to be the top left. So we're going to do something like this thing, and then we're going to do the top right, and then we're just going to kind of like do these one at a time. So I'll just for I in range 3 that, and we'll just do like pack this thing and then pack the odd. We want to make sure we care about the order, and this will be like I, and this will be, oops, no, this will be I, except for now we're not going to pack this. Let's just exit right here. So we can't obviously write them all in the same file. So we write that and we end up with test.png. Okay, so not exactly sure. We don't want that to be test.php. We want the PNG. We want to output a binary object. So let's stop calling it a PNG because it's no longer a PNG. And let's just look, this should be data. Yep, it is. So if we look at our packing, then we get some stuff. All right, now let's check what we actually packed here. So yes, each row corresponds to 8 bits. So the way this is supposed to work is I get, so 8 bits is a byte. I've got 1 byte which corresponds to the first row, 1 byte that corresponds, now it corresponds to bit 0 of the first row. There's 2 bits per pixel. So I've got 1 byte that refers to those first 8 values, 1 byte that refers to the next 8 values, 1 byte that refers to the next, and I have to go through the entire 8. Then when I'm done with that, I need to spit out the same 8 again, except this time I'm doing the second bit. So it's the second bit of everything. So that's kind of the file format that we need. So this looks like it's probably about the right size, right? Because one of these corresponds to 4 bits. So that's 8 bits. That's a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this corresponds to the one 8x8. Now the problem I've got is that's not packed correctly. So we're going to need to actually fix the packing. So let's see what we were doing. Okay, now I was packing this for the name table, which is a little bit different. So is each set of bytes stacked on top of each other, or next to each other. It's kind of a next to. Actually, I don't need to draw it out. I can actually show you what it looks like. I did this by hand before I started building this tool. So the by hand version is here. So this is the first 8x8. So here I'm actually writing out bits instead of bytes, which is nice. But so you can see like this corresponds to the first 8 bits. Here's the second 8 bit. So this would all turn into a byte each. So this is the full 8x8 sprite. That's the first bit of the first 8x8 sprite. Then this is the second bit of the first 8x8 sprite. So they're kind of like next to each other. Like, so you write out the full sprite, the first bit, you write out the full sprite, the second bit. Then you move to the next sprite. So this is the first bit of the next sprite. This is the second bit of the next sprite. So that's kind of the format we need to end up in. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So what are we doing? I see, and each sprite has 2 pixels, 2 bits, 2 bits for 1 pixel. So it puts together, that's how you get 4 colors. Okay, so let's go take a look here. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the array, I'm making sure that I have a NumPy version of it. I'm reshaping it to be this. This is probably not right in this case. So here I can just print this out. Let's just exit real quick. Take a look at that. So if I run that, then yeah, I actually already did this in this version of the program, so I don't need to do this reshape. So we're going to do this in terms of A, and I'm going to print out this thing, and I'm just going to stop real quick. So let's dump that. Let's just print out A. Okay, so I don't really want to print out A. Let's take the first line of A. All right, so the first line of A is not terribly interesting. It's just all zeros. So that's nice. Let's take the second line of A. A little more interesting? No. And the third, no, the fourth line of A. Okay, a fourth line's a little more interesting. Okay, so let's just do that. Let's say that this thing is here, and we're going to print out this thing, and then it's going to append it to result bytes. So this is what this is doing is I'm bit shifting. There's probably a much easier way to do this, but live code. So I'm bit shifting each of the 8 into a single byte. So that's all I'm doing is I'm just creating 1 byte, which is the byte, and then I'm adding that to the result bytes. So let's not do that. Let's just print out the result bytes that we get. Okay, so the byte. Yeah, I was feeling very creative for naming that day, 715. Okay, so we're getting 1 byte per line, which is good, right? So 0, this is all 0, this is all 0. This corresponds to 3, which is 1. Yeah, that's 3. 7, which is, that's right. Now, oh, except that I'm not showing. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to split the 2 bit planes apart, because right now I've got all of them in the same thing, but I don't have that much bit depth. All I can take is 0 or 1 in every one of these positions. So I need to cut that, right? So I need to say like any one of these values can only have a 0, a 0, 0, a 0, 1, a 1, 0, or a 1, 1. And 1, 1 is 3, so this is the maximum value that I can get in one of these positions. That means that both bits are set in the front plane and the back plane. This means that the first plane is set, the second plane isn't. So I need to pull these apart, right? That's kind of my issue there. Yeah, none of these should be anything but 0 or 1. They are not 0 or 1 because I've got them together, so I need to pull them apart. Okay, so the way we're going to do that is, how are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? Now, on the plus side, this is looking pretty good, assuming that we get the right thing. So I think the way we do that is we just run through and split it. Let's just split it. Let's say split split plane, because we basically have two bit planes on top of each other. So let's split, I'll call it a bit plane of I don't know if we want to be clever. Let's just say like get split front plane. So that'll be the first one. And that'll be like split this thing to get the front one. And we're going to call that B. And then let's operate on B. So all we have to do is just get this to work correctly and we're good. So let's say split front plane. And we'll say this is our NP array. NPA. I don't know. Does that stand for anything? Let's just call it R. Yar. Okay, so we print out yar. Can we actually call it yar? Because that seems like more fun. Yar! Print out yar! Okay, so we're gonna do that and then we're gonna exit. Cool. So we're gonna print out yar! And actually I just want to say yar so that we can say that every time we run this program. Yar! Okay, so we printed out yar and it turned out it was this and it didn't stop execution. Oh. So that's probably because I'm doing things. I'm exiting down here. We don't need to do that because now we know we can do one of these. So let's do that. And that's doing the whole thing. So we need to take these one at a time. For row in yar. I should name variables like that more often. Print row. Okay, so we don't need to print that and yar. So we're cool. Yar absolutely should be a type, by the way. This is where I need to improve. I find bitwise to be pretty tough. I mean, it's not the most natural thing in Python, certainly. So yeah, okay, good. We're rolling. Let's get rolling. I'm gonna queue up a little boss music, I think. We'll go big beats. We don't want big beats. We'll go. Nah, I don't have that. Okay, we'll go big beats. All right, again, let me know if the sound is too high. Any preview of what this will look like? Yeah, well, we'll see it in a moment if I get it right. I mean, what it should look like is this, right? Except minus the red, because we threw the red away. So what I need to do is as Quadrant was saying, all of this needs to be just 0 or 1. And I need to take this and split it into two squares that are the same size with. So these 3s in particular have to turn into like a 1 on one side and a 0 and a 1 on the other side. That means we got it right. These need to turn into a 1 on one side and a 0 on the other side. Okay, so in our case, we're just worried about the front plane, which should be the bottom bit. So we just want to say so this is a row. I'm just going to build it up the easy way instead of messing around with generators, which is to say result is this. And what we need to do is we're taking a row at a time. Row results. And we're going to say for call and row, then print the individual location. So we do that and we get a whole lot of values. And what we want to do, let's just stop after the first one. So that's fine, that stops us. And let's take that and say that we want this And we want the low bit. So that would be, well, let's write in binary. So the low bit would be this one. And that gives us a number. And let's do the whole row. Okay, now that row was all zeros anyway, so that's kind of silly. But we're going to take this thing and we're going to stick it on the row result. So row result dot append this thing. And then what we can do is, as we get each row, we can take the row and stick it onto result. Row result. So we do that, and of course I don't print anything out. So here we're going to print out the result. Okay, that looks cool. And I say that because I'm going to get myself in trouble again. So yeah, the first one was all zeros. Then we had these zeros. The first two were zeros. Then we had these, and they had the ones set, and these ones were set. But you'll notice that we're not getting any more threes. So the threes are now gone. And if we want the other bit, and the way we can do that, we can call this row result high, because that'll be the high bit. Actually, this is the low bit, isn't it? So row result high, low, we're going to say low, row result low, and then that becomes result low. So that's just the low bit of every single position. And that prints out the result, and we're fine. And result's not defined, of course, because I now call it result low. Okay, and result is still not defined. What's going on, result? Where are you? Here you are. You are low. Okay. So that's fine. That's the low. Now we can do this simultaneously. We can say result high is this, and we can grab the other bit. So this will be row result high. Set that to that. I'm not generalizing this because I'm just live code. I got to get my 10 lines of code an hour. So you want the lower bit? Yeah, we took the lower bit on that one. So you need both the low bit and the high bit. Yep, I just need them separated into two separate arrays. So I'm not actually shifting at all, Quadrant. What I'm doing is I'm anding. So what I'm doing is I'm saying take each position and take the low bit and AND it. So AND is they both have to be true for it to be true. So if the low bit is set, then this will turn into a 1. And I stick that on the row. So I'm ignoring the other bit, which would be the high bit. So this time through, now that I'm doing the high bit, I'm going to do the opposite. So I'm going to say that take the low bit and stick it onto row result low, but take the high bit, we're going to stick onto there, take this thing and take the high bit, which is this one, except now it's going to be one position over, which is not what I want because that's going to correspond to the number 2. So like if I leave that, you'll see 2s in the output. So I'll show you that as a mistake. Anyway, so we'll stick on row result high. So I'm just doing the same operation, but now we're going to look at row result high, and you're going to see 2s show up. Now we don't actually want 2. Those are ones where 3 was in the original value, and I took the high bit, so that corresponds to 2 when I 1, 0. But what I want is I just want a 1 just on the other plane, so I need to shift that over. So here's your shift. So let's shift that over a bit, and now they're 1s. So when it's 0, it's fine. When the old one would have been 3, it's now splitting into 1 and 1. So that should have just divided my 2 planes. I'm probably not explaining that very well. Yeah, basically I'm just pulling a bit out at a time. So I'm not worried about efficiency because this is an offline tool. It's not like this is going to run inside the game anyway. So so basically here I peeled off the bottom bit by ANDing it with 01. Here I peeled off the high bit by ANDing it with 10, and then I had to shift it over because it was in the wrong place. I have to move, you know, it's in this location. This location corresponds to 2 in decimal. So I need to shift that back over to get it into this location. Okay, so this separates it into a high and a low plane. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to yield. So I'm going to say that the first time you call this, you get the high plane. So you're going to get the low plane. And then the second time you call this, you're going to get the high plane. So that should do that, which is kind of neat. So if I go here from split from that plane, then I can just do that. That'll give us the first one. And what I really want to do is kind of like do all of this twice, right? So we're not going to reshape this anymore. What we're going to do is we're going to say that we're going to call B the current plane. We're going to actually name this properly. So that's the current plane that we're looking at, except we're going to say for current plane in this thing. So the first time we call it, we're going to get the low bit plane, and then the second time we call it, we're going to get the high bit plane. And so then we're going to take all this stuff and we're going to move it over. And we're going to move this over too. And we're going to move that over too, because those two matter as well. All right, so, and here I just, of course, line broke badly. So yeah, I can't really line break this. You know what? I can just wrap the whole thing in a... Oh, I did. Okay, cool. So I can line break this. Okay, so this is like that. That breaks too. All right. We're gonna... Let's put the plus at the start because I don't like the plus at the end. And so we'll just break these last two. Okay, so that's the byte. Okay, so if we take this, we get current plane. Now it's expecting the word B. Okay, we already changed that to, this is the current 8 bits. And then we're taking the 8 bits and we're packing them into a single byte. And then we're appending the byte to the output. And then that's going to show up when I show all the output. So let's go and look at that. Okay, so now we're getting the whole program, which should have, so I have 6 sprites here, but I have 6 times 2 because there's 2 planes for each one. And I still got this is the output of the pack, but of course you wouldn't know that because I didn't bother to label it. So the pack, packed as, let's label our output. Okay, so that shows you what it packs each one as. And so this plane was like this stuff, and there were a lot of zeros in the first 2 rows, so that turns into a bunch of zeros. And then there was 3, this is the 3, and then, okay, this is basically right. 7s, and then this 71 corresponds where the bit is high over here, and then the bit is high over here, and that's looking about right. Okay, so sweet. Yeah, it is supposed to be like that. That is super cool. So basically we get this 8x8 here, and we pack one of these lines into a single digit. So this looks right? This is like 67 if I'm getting my math. This is like 2 to the 6th is 64 plus 3 is 67. Yeah. Okay, so this checks. So we're getting the right numbers. So this is a byte array. So basically I just need to write this out to the file and we're good to go. Okay, so we need to make sure that we write that as even odd. So are we getting the same? Yeah, this is the same part of the image. Okay, so these two are identical. Then these two are, no, they're identical. Okay, and then these two are identical. Okay, where's an example where we actually got like, all right, this is worrying me because they shouldn't all be identical, right? They're all identical. Am I totally pulling the wrong one? Okay, what do we do? So current plane, And we packed result bytes. Okay, something isn't right there. Okay. Yeah, Python's actually converting them to base 10. So I'm not actually doing that conversion. It's just I've got a single byte of 8 bits and I'm displaying it as a number, and so it's turning it into base 10. I don't think they have a binary output. Oh yeah, they do. You know what? You can just bin it, can't you? But we'd have to write a custom outputter for that. I hate mids Murphs. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay, so we packed the bytes correctly, but what concerns me is that we got the wrong plane. It seems to be like always the same. So let's not look at this for a second. Okay, so this is the whole thing packed. And these definitely all look the same. And both bit planes should not be the same. So yeah, I yielded low and then I yielded high. I set these up right. Well, we know it was right here, but did I actually do the right thing? All right, so I yielded result low. You know what? Why don't we not be generator people? Why don't we let's forget about that, because then we just return an array with the low and the high array. So this will split, and this is actually just split plane now. It's not really split front plane. So we can get rid of that. And program doesn't change because of that, which is cool. So what we need to know is, are they different at this point? So let's just take a look at what is in here before we emit it. Let's see if they're the same at that point. Result log, result low. Okay, lots of output. Now I thought these were different when we looked at them. It's not going to be too helpful to look at these on the same line, so I'm going to just turn these into 2 separate prints. We're going to call this one low, and we're going to call this one high. Okay, so are these different is the question. So you're just converting to, yep, yeah, that's right, quadrant. Oh, Ocelot, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Okay, so let's take a look. This looks suspiciously like, yeah, these all look the same, don't they? So maybe the error was right in the splitting operation. So what did I do? Did I do a bad thing in there? I thought we checked that. Yeah, here we ANDed with 1. Okay, so yeah. Okay, let's look at YAR, which is also fun. YAR. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at YAR, and let's not break. Let's exit it right there. Okay, so we take YAR. YAR gets past this thing. Okay, so this is actually the point where we should see 2 different values, because this Anthony writes code coming in rating in the middle of a binary problem in Python. Anthony writes code. Why don't you jump on this terminal and get us sorted out? I'm sure you can find it. Hello. Oh my God. Juicebox Hero is here. Oh, I'm in trouble now. Michaela Fox. What's up, dude? How did your coding stream go? Are you rocking it today in Python? I could use a little rock if you want to send that over. Avenue, Aiden, you have arrived. You definitely have arrived. We will be watching you. You will watch me try to find where I went wrong on this binary for this NES thing. Solus Acheron. That is just some Python. I love that Python emote. And actually, I'm subscribed too. I have the Python, don't I? What's his short code? Anthony. I just subscribed. I'm a new sub, so I totally. Oh yes, I got it. I got it right there. There you go. That's the Python. I love it. Okay. Well, Sandy Sensei, thank you for the follow. Juicebox Hero, follow me. I'm not ready for that, Juicebox Hero. I'm gonna have to pull up Boy Fairy. Can we go? What are we doing here? Shaz Robot. Thank you for the follow. 3-dimensional binary. We are 3-dimensional binary. Actually, that's a very good description of what we're doing right now, Quadrant. Akko Hanzo, thank you for the follow. Solace Acheron, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, everybody. Thanks. Welcome to the party. You're coding with some guy right now, but I want to get Anthony up here. I want to know how Anthony's thing went, Quaternary, yeah. No one is ready for me. No one is ready for you, Juicebox Hero. I'm not ready for you, Juicebox Hero. I don't have any more programming jokes, so you better not ask me right now. Mortal Al, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Today has been awesome between VimConf and this. So for those of you just joined, actually, we should tell you what's going on. We're sorry everyone has been here. Just give me 2 seconds to tell the raiders. But so what we're doing is we're building an NES game, Bitboi Classic, this is it right now. This is it in its present form. I'm busy getting it. It's originally a GameMaker game that 88-Bit Music built. He's a fantastic video game music streamer. He plays piano, a couple degrees, and we're putting it on ROMs. We're putting it on EPROMs, which are going to go onto an NES cartridge. So we have a legit Nintendo-made lockout chip, so we're not doing anything illegal. And we have a donor cartridge that has given its previous gaming life to become a new game. So that's basically what we're building. Anthony came in at a very opportune moment because unlike the normal 6502 NES stuff, we're actually building an image converter right now, which is going to take our new sprite graphic, which is now showing on the screen. This is Bitboi. And we're trying to get this to import so that we can repack it in the right binary format to get it onto the cartridge. So that's basically actual hardware. That's Sprite. Yeah, thank you. I am not a Sprite artist. I just tried to stick close to the Bitboi model that 88-Bit Music did. VimConf Live's going on. Yeah, that's awesome. You're stoked. Anthony stopped stream early because of dropping. Oh, bummer. I'm sorry to hear that, Anthony. Hopefully I'm not dropping frames too. Bitrate seems to be healthy just looking at it right now, but let me know if anything's kind of funky there. So please tell us why you hate regex. Oh boy, I'm going to give you the no regex right now. I'm going to tell you exactly why, Shaz Robot. I actually built a website to do that for me. So instead of telling you exactly why I hate regular expressions, I'm just going to show you regexlicensing.org. This is where we are. You could even type in, if you wanted to, you could type in antiregex.org because I was feeling it that day when I was registering domain names. So this is it. I am against regular expressions. I think that they should be licensed. And that mainly has to do with the number of production outages and code I've had to deal with poorly written regular expressions. It's one of those things where developers will carefully scrutinize code in a code review to make sure, developers keeping each other honest. They're checking everything. Oh, what are you doing on this line? Oh, don't make an extra variable here. Oh, you know what? You could refactor that. Oh, it'd be clearer if you wrote this. Then they get to a regular expression and they go, I'm sure that works. Looks fine, and then they just move right on, even though the regular expression is 1,000,000 times more complicated than just about everything else that's in that piece of code. So that's my quick version of why I'm upset about regular expressions. They have done more damage to take the internet down than anything else, and I don't have any data on that, but I have a lot of outage anecdotes that I can tell you about. I saw it happen at Netflix. I saw this happen recently to Google. I watched on the front. When I was working at Netflix, I actually had them add to incidents a regex tag. So every time a regular expression took Netflix down, that got marked as a regex outage. Like you wouldn't believe how many regex outages there are that took out things. Now, Netflix was not the only one. But anyway, the Hans Klopek, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, stream. And I just hit 2 follows. That's Banana Cat Russia. That's great. That's great news. Everyone loves the regex. The problem with the regular expression is it is a very dangerous tool. And that's why I think we need to license it. Like responsible authors that write test cases. So, for example, the kind of person that Anthony is would get a license because they write test cases. They're very clear about their code. They don't try to do too much magic in a regular expression, because you do a regular expression for an email address, believe me, you're wrong. Just believe me, you're wrong. Like the email RFCs and all of the associated standards are so insanely complicated. Like if you regex like a person's name, you are definitely going to get it wrong. I don't know if you've ever seen the post about like the 20 common understandings. Everyone is always wrong about that stuff. So, yes, I am Xflix. I love that. It was great. I was at Netflix for a long time. You can even see that if you want to see all the. It's fun to come back to the Nintendo. I am the person who originally got Netflix to run on the original Nintendo. That was one of my greatest hacks ever. I'll just show you for the. It started as a technical challenge with a bunch of the guys in the partner team, and they didn't believe it. So this is Netflix on the original Nintendo. This was the last time I was really doing NES code. So this is House of Cards. We, at the time where they were arguing, oh, why don't you support every other platform? And I was having an argument about platform support, and I was like, oh man, you dudes are lazy. Like you could totally get this to work on this platform. You and your gigahertz and your gigabytes of RAM. They're like, okay, what are you going to do? I was like, I'll get this to work on the original Nintendo. So that's actually that's kind of how this hack day was born. But so yeah, COBOL, that was some language trolling going on at work. Someone was arguing what the best language in the world is, and I was like, that's really not the best language. I mean, why are we even having a debate about the best? It's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen Jack Black and like going on about the greatest song in the world. Like, how can you really have a debate about the greatest song in the world? There's so many like different songs and there's different musical genres. Like, how could there be one best one? Like it kind of doesn't make sense. And so at some point, like it just turned into I was like, fine, you know what? The performance of this thing is so bad, I could do better in COBOL. And so I learned COBOL just to troll that group, basically. That's where the COBOL came from. Where do I work now? I set up a consulting business. So I was a performance engineer in my last, real surprise. I got it to work on the original Nintendo, but I was a performance engineer at Netflix on the performance engineering team. And so now I have a small startup called NixieSoft, which we optimize stuff and build. We don't have Nixie tubes. We don't actually sell Nixie tubes at this point. I just thought it was a super cool name. So I did put in there, no Nixie tubes. Actually, I don't sell Nixie tubes. I have Nixie tubes, but I'm not selling them to you. So that's, Anyway, that's all sorts of fun there. So explain why there's no Netflix on the Switch then. I can't talk about that on stream, but let me tell you that it wasn't an accident that I chose the Nintendo as a platform. So anyway, there's definitely just one greatest programming language in the world. Oh yeah, Michaela. I mean, so if you're in this company, it's probably going to be Python, and I'm probably not going to fight about it. Pick the slick, easy bugs, hard to reason about performance. Yeah, exactly. That's totally it, by the way, Anthony. Well put. So yeah, it's really a dangerous tool. Like the expression, like I prefer parsing because it causes people to have to write the code, which they usually don't want to write, which is why they're using a regular expression in the first place. But then you can sort of unpack the code and sort of like reason about it. Regular expressions hurt developer reasoning. The Primogen mentioned about regex issues at Netflix before. Yes, I am behind that rollers. That. The reason they're tagged at Netflix is that I was like, please, I need regular expressions tagged every time there's an outage. I'm tired of having this argument all the time. I do see Netflix, I see Twitch going down occasionally, and I'm always like, regular expression? Was it a regular expression? Tell us the truth. Was it a regular expression? Do you have any advice for students that are currently studying CS? Anything that you would do differently if you went back to school? Avenue Aiden, that's a great, so you should come back Tuesday nights. I do learn sessions always on Tuesdays. I actually have Coding with Some Guy. I've been building free lessons for people interested in learning about programming in general. Here I was teaching C as an additional language. So if you're, say you're a Python dev and you want to learn some C, then not Anthony, obviously he knows C. Anthony knows probably everything, but then, you can come by and, I've got all the content up here. I include in just about every episode things that I would have done differently if I was learning it again for the first time, or, reasons why programming languages are the way they are. I would come back and ask that question again on Tuesday, because we literally have the learning part of the stream, and then we have a scotch and bourbon, and then we talk about topics. And that would be a great topic, by the way, for discussion, because I think that's a long one. Cloudflare definitely did have a big regex outage. I also noticed that Cloudflare implemented a COBOL web service. So I got it out first, but I think they got it to the public first. So I think they won on that. And by the way, I will check that out. Thank you for that link. There's so much content that I need to get onto this regex licensing page, by the way, Anthony. I'm so far behind on stuff. Tuesdays are noted. Yeah, drop by on Tuesdays. I actually have a schedule now that I feel like I should have done in the beginning, and I need to link that up to the bot. Damn it. Add schedule command. Okay. It's basically Tuesday nights at 7:30 times are Eastern. Tuesday, well, you know what? Let me just, it's in the Discord, so I actually have a whole channel for it. So you can drop by the Discord if you're a Discord person. But let me just take the text from the schedules, and I'll just drop it in here for everybody. It's probably going to get killed in formatting, but that's the schedule. I updated the Twitch schedule thing too, so that's right now. So I know nothing about C, but I want to learn it because of Linux and buffer overflow. Yeah, that's actually, it was great. One of my first students, she leaked memory like a champ. C for embedded development is super fun. I've got a bunch of boards here that this is actually, you're going to go wild for this. But this is one of the 9 degrees of freedom axis sensor thing. It's got a nice ARM chip on it that we're going to leave alone because we're going to let Bosch do that. But I'm actually in the process of linking up some Pis and related gear to the stream for the development tools. And that's kind of a long story. Code runs faster without free. Yeah. That's actually one of these episodes, Build Your Own Allocator. She actually builds her own allocator, and I show free, and I was like, free. We're just not going to do it. We're not going to give the memory back because it's actually faster not to give it back. Turns out if you want to write a good memory allocator that doesn't run out of memory, and gives you memory back, that's a little bit more work. Here we just started with malloc, and we were doing void pointers and sort of the stuff that goes into the stuff. Statistics, understanding kind of the problem space. Systems call is true. Yeah, and I actually had to explain how touch works in the touching memory when I was discussing, because we were looking at memory heap on Linux, the maps, and she's like, wait, we're allocating memory, but it's not giving us any memory. I'm like, yeah, Linux likes to lie. It's optimistic memory allocation. So, yeah, that nice copy on write is a fun world. So I was like, we're going to just touch all this memory, and then we're going to see what we actually get. I don't remember if I said it. MJ, thank you for the follow. MJ's elite, so that's MJ elite. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Michaela Fox, also thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Malloc, I think I summoned him with a warlock spell. If you were here for the original stream, Michaela, you would have loved it, because we were all talking about the demons that we were unleashing by letting managing memory allocation ourselves, and it was funny because the first person taking this class, she was she came from Python. And I was like, I'm going to teach you C just so that you understand why it's so great to write in Python. Like, I'm going to show you what it's like to manage your own memory just so that you could go, I don't want to do that. Like, I really just want to get that for free from the interpreter and like, just know the beauty of Python. I think this one was from, yeah, that, oh God, Anthony, come on. Using regular expressions in here. Come on. All right. Anthony's probably going to qualify for a license. Disgusting. Yeah, let's drop the no regex. Let's come on. Let's keep it clean in here. No regular expressions. It has a bug. Always has a bug. It's so hard to read them. And developers, it's like it's part of that longer meme, like, you know, it's a lot harder to read code than it is to write code. Part of why I like Python. It tries to make things easier to read. But anyway, that is super exciting. You should add the schedule extension to your channel. I should do that, 715209. I'm still relatively a Twitch noob, so apologies. I don't have all the cool fancy things that you're supposed to have. And M. Fusk, is there a better way to program with multiple windows on Twitch? I don't know. This seems to be like the browser and the split view, and I've got the emulator sort of overlaying when we actually are in our Nintendo stuff. This seems to be pretty good. I'm doing individual window captures, and OBS, I definitely run into trouble at the Linux version of it sometimes. So, yeah, awesome. Well, it's very fun that you're all here. And Philip Malmove Wolfarts. nice name there, buddy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So bug doesn't trigger on my data. I hate tracking that kind of thing down, Anthony. It's just rough. But then why write the regular expression? You kind of know it's coming later. So Shazrobot. All right. Shazrobot happened here. Are we going to see regular expression going wrong in this clip? Is that almost pronounced it right? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That's neat. Michaela, are we going to see that? Is that? Oh, great. We have Anthony live here. Let's crank this up. Okay. I feel like we need some PC volume on that. All right, let me know if this is too loud, chat.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Exterminate!
That's fantastic. That is just exterminate Anthony. That should be a command. That exterminate. I'm saving that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Wow. Oh no. No, don't worry. It's not like we're going to hook it up to an alert that plays all the time or anything, Anthony. That's not going to happen. And this is not that kind of channel. I've got a huge button that we could use for that kind of thing. I feel like that needs to be hooked up. I mean, that would be legit, right? That exterminate, exterminate, not just the exterminate command, but I feel like just a big giant button that you could hit and it would fire that off. That we need a giant button for that kind of clip. No, there's a clip of Anthony writing regex like a champ. It's actually pretty insane. Yeah, I'm sure he does, but regular expressions. Just always darkness is it never leaves you when you start writing regular expressions. Okay. Those little missile control USB like registers. Yep. No, Judo. All right. You know what, Judo? I got you. I'm gonna go get this. Chat. Here. You know what? Listen to this. Listen to this sweet music that a friend of mine wrote. We were just checking out. This is Setsuna inspired, and I will get that for you. I got you. Yes, we did. We definitely found it. Oh yes, this, my friends, will become the Anthony button. This I think says exterminate all over. It has the glide. Listen to that beautiful clicky sound. Ah, it's so good. That's just, we could go. We have both options for Anthony. We've got the red, we've got the blue. These are light up. It's just such a good click. It's a nice, beautiful micro switch. These are arcade buttons taken from arcade. Look at it. Look at this beautiful like micro switch in here. This is just, listen to that. This is like ASMR for programmers. This is that beautiful micro switch. And you got the nice, like, you got the LED on here. You can both light the button up. You got like you got all the contacts right here. I feel like that's worthy of just kind of cutting over to the, I think we got to zoom in on that. That is basically, I gotta get rid of Bitboi here, but that is pretty much what we're looking at here. So this is, look at this beautiful. So you got in here, let's see, we gotta pull in that focus a little bit. Yeah, that's, you can see some of my crappy soldering here, but we got some legit button action going on here. So we have the, here's your micro switch button at the base of this. And that is just, that's really nice there. And then you get that over in this thing, you can just light that up. It's got a nice like switch lock here. Locks into place, and then, yep, there you go. That's just beautiful. Now I also, while I was there, I told you about the Nixie tubes, so I wasn't really kidding. I mean, we have legit Nixie tubes here that we can go and we can get involved. So I feel like this needs some sort of Nixie tube adapter. Look at this beautiful Nixie tube. This is just, you got the digits in the back there. That is just, that is a beauty right there. There we go. I do not sell these. NixieSoft does not actually sell Nixie tubes, but we got our American-made stuff. Now this is a bit rare. This is our Soviet Nixie tube. Like, we actually have some Soviet era Nixie tubes that are OTK, like legit. This is the INS-1 module. So I just grabbed, there's a whole bunch back there, but there's just some wonderful stuff we're going to get to in some hardware streams at some point. So, comrade, best kind, of course. Okay, duh. So we, that's it. Oh no, what link did we find? What are we looking at here? Did we totally sidetrack your streams with Anthony? Yes, you totally did, and that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. So far, there's been as much programming as an Anthony stream. You know, I joke about this in live coding that I feel like if you've got 10 lines of code an hour, you're above average. You're just, it's not that we're not all programmers. It's just that we all just, it's hard on Twitch to live code, you know? Yeah, you also need I'm sorry, Dave, I can't let you do that. That's actually linked to the, I have an NES controller that I hooked up to it's hooked up to an ESP8266, which I have lying around here somewhere, which I built on a different stream. Okay, so here's one that's not hooked up, but this is, so I got one of these, and these are nice because I actually run Python on it. I'm running MicroPython, and I do the button to bounce in Python because I didn't want to do it with analog techniques. And that's how we're going to use for like decoding the buttons and stuff. But MicroPython fits there. I'm putting money on writing 10 the whole stream. Wow, that's your people are a little rough, aren't they? 10 an hour. How about 10 a stream? Yeah, I'm telling you, that's why legit, like, if you can get 10 an hour, I feel like you're doing well. Like, I try to stick to 10 lines of code an hour. I'm totally like falling behind right now. But that's, well, Okay, when you're doing the assembly, I feel like that's cheating a little bit because when you're programming assembly, you could just write like 10 lines like nothing, right? 10 lines like if. Like if. What's up, guy? Hope you're having a good stream. Thank you, Stealthar. I appreciate it. That is much appreciated. I've seen someone write like one line the entire stream. Oh, we're way above one line, but I feel like the diff would show that. But that 10 nops in a row, we won't say anything. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that get me through like the current, we'll just pop that up real fast. Let's just go into tiles. Nah, let's not go into tiles. Let's go into nestlib, and we can export a new function, which is my 10 lines for the hour. All right, so we're just gonna pop that up real fast in assembly, and I think that I really like where Dynamic Donkey is at. All right, so we have the Famitone code is down here, so let's go with what did I call this thing? My 10 lines for the house? What? No, for the hour. Okay, so we're gonna do my 10 lines for the hour. All right, so let's get this done so that we can just get this out of the way and we can all have fun. We can go to just programming, just chatting stream. Not. Okay. Am I assembling? Damn it, I'm putting this in the wrong place. No. It's got to be legit. It's got to be a legit NOP. Let's get some legit NOP going. All right, so we're gonna come up here. We're still fine. Here's my 10 lines for the hour. NOP. You have it here, folks. That's it. We're just gonna let's go back. Let's forget about this Python stuff. We're going assembly. Ugh. Never defined. What? What's defined right here? What? Okay, now we're debugging my NOP. Sweet. Okay. Oh, you know what? You don't have to define that. There's that trick. What do we... Oh, I haven't written in straight assembly in so long. Oh, you know what? You actually do need to... I always forget. In C, you drop the underscore. Yeah, that's right. In C, you drop the underscore. All right, so do we need the rule that you need to be able to call the code? I feel like that's not good enough just to write the code. You gotta... You know what? We need a subroutine here. I'm gonna go for 11 lines. Let's return. let's just do that, and we're gonna go. Actually, you know what? Let's get out of this. Let's head into main real fast, and just during the init phase, we're gonna go. Undefined? What are you talking about? Oh, I need fast call. Crap. All right, like by the time I'm debugging my NOP loop, I feel like I've already gone down the wrong path. I feel like I've done something very bad here. So yeah, this nestlib, oh, because I didn't define it in nestlib.h, right? So my 10, okay, so we're gonna come here, we're gonna go nestlib.h, we're gonna go over here, we're gonna say all these things, we're gonna use the fast call convention. So instead of using delay, we're gonna do this thing, except we want nothing on the stack. So don't come over, don't pass go, don't collect $200. Give me the 10 lines. Okay, that's bad. Give me this. Okay. No. Yes. Okay, let's just do this, and we'll say void. How's that sound for definition? Sound good, chat? Totally compiles. There you go. There's my 10 lines. We're good. Okay. Okay. Oh, the Kinesis advantage. Yes, this is the Kinesis advantage. It's super great on the wrists. If I don't remember what kind of keyboard setup you had, but this when I started having wrist issues, like this keyboard was amazing, by the way. Help stream over. Is there a help command? No, there's no help command. I did not I did the bot live on stream another day, so I added help originally, and then I took it away. I felt like it was more fun not to have the commands published. I guess it's rate limited. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. I totally fell behind. So because I got there late. Nice, Michaela. Michaela, you're the anti lines of code force. 10 nops in a row. We won't say anything. I've seen, yeah. Okay, so I think we're good. Keep us all in the dark. Yeah, I think we could still run this. Bitboi Classic. 10 lines of code added. We're good. There's our 10 nops. No op. 10 times added. Just a slight delay. You see, that's for PPU initialization. Does this sound good enough? Am I getting away with this? I feel like I'm not getting away with this. Okay, so give me the commands. No, Quadrant. No. I can't give you the commands. They're secret. They're very much not. They've shown up on stream before when I wrote the bot. Like, because this is where the bot is, and here's some of the commands that are static. Here's a whole bunch of stuff. So if you saw all that go by, then you got the commands. But I feel like, what is nap time? What was I doing? Oh God, don't look at that. That's terrible. She would kill me if I. This is a pretty funny clip, I gotta say. All right, you know what? This is from the student who just finished the C course, and yeah. I feel like we're not getting audio though for this. It's just not good without the audio. You need to have the audio. Oh yeah, okay. She was on a tear that day.
Oh, big tantrum. Someone needs a nap. I'm about to provide it.
So
via my shotgun.
About to provide it via my shotgun. Does the bot use regex? The bot does not use regex. The bot parses because it's like a lost art these days. Like everyone's just, quick, use a regex. Quick, use a regex. No, don't use a regex. You know what? Parsing. There used to be parsing. Make parsing great. All right, you know what? I want to get political. All right, so if I ever start getting paid by lines of code, I'll just add this trick to my stack. Yes, tokenizing. Do you speak it? Nice one, Judo Panda Pants. Love that. Quick, lose performance. No, we had a tightly timed NOP loop, right? It was a tightly timed. I'll just in case anyone wonders why later on we added the NOP, we're just going to go tightly timed NOP loop to meet live coding lines of code requirements. Tightly timed NOP loop. Okay, there you go. Regex, don't do it. Don't do it, 715. You know, such tight code. Yes, this is a tightly timed NOP loop we got over here. All right, we're gonna now for my next 10 lines of code, it counts for negative diff. We're gonna delete this, okay? Because I feel like that's enough of that. We're just downright getting silly at this point. Wow. Puts on regex for life shirt along with that glasses sweatband. Quadrant, you're getting timed out. You're getting timed out if you talk like that. It's just time out. No. All right, I'm just kidding. Last time I tried to write a regex, I spent 3 hours figuring out the dot keep. Oh no. Wiped out that code. Just parse like a normal person. Yes! Thank you, Dynamic Donkey. Parse like a sane individual. Nah, I guess the bot uses JavaScript. No, what do you mean JavaScript? It's not JavaScript. Talk about bots in Python. Some bot. Twitch. Python. You see the pi? Definitely Python. I did not code it in JavaScript. I code in JavaScript when I have to code in JavaScript. The orders you see when Googling email. Yes, the email regular expression is one of the prime examples on regex licensing. Look at this beautiful dot star. See, that's the wonder you get. So this has like just one of the worst regular expressions I've ever seen in my life was was definitely email. Like it was somebody trying to like, there's all those like crazy things in the email format, like deck node addressing, which are part of the standard, but like, are there any systems left like that? Like long live deck. It's math. He's executing Pi and Node.js. What are you talking about, dynamic talking? What? Look, Python. I live coded it on stream. It was like my first stream, actually. It was like, like the people who were at Buy watching, they were just like, hey, you need a bot. And I'm like, you know what? Let's do a bot. Let's just code a bot. So we coded a bot that day. And no, there's no Python parse the J. Don't knock it off, 715. What about chat script? Oh, not chat script. I mean... All right, be right back. Gotta grab food. If I don't come back, have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you for the raid. I appreciate it too. You probably need a break after streaming. That's how I always feel. Like coming in after streaming, you're like, oh man, hope this guy lets me go. Like I gotta go to sleep. Usually, we can make it have sentiment. Yeah, we can get to that. Bot needs more Python. I actually prepared some Python for the C development because we were at the time like the student was basically saying like, oh, how do I like use this C in different ways? And I was like, well, C can be called straight from Python. And she's like, really? And I was like, really? So that's how this happened. I took basically a hello world and just started getting it to work, with all the wonders that you need, and so I just went for like a minimal example, but of course there's no minimal C anything really, but there's minimal Python, but like there's no minimal C. Like this is like the minimum I could get based on the worked example, like that we could hook in to get like some actual like something happening in Python with a C call out. So yeah, Python is a great name, by the way, Quadrant. It's the C Python like call out extension stuff, but sounds dumber. Jython or Scython. I mean, Jython wasn't bad. I mean, name wise, I don't know. Hey, why? I will pay you $1 if you play CSS. Are you talking Counter-Strike? Nice. One of my favorite bots. Yeah, can you write a new language and call? There is actually a regex language. Somebody did that, and believe me, the reason I know that is because everybody who knows me at work, like at Netflix when I was there, we came running over to my cube like, oh my God, Guy, there's a regex programming language. You have to see it. And then they just started like every time like some major company, it's like, Google went down. They just had like an outage that was caused by a regex. They all come running. Like everyone's like happy to come over to my cube. I'm like, why are you happy? Like the whole thing's down. Like, don't use regular expressions. Like, okay. Anyway, long story. Mincy, yeah. Thank you for, yes, that's, yep. You need to have the marker, Dynamic Donkey, and you have to stay in, that you got to stay within the structure that you're using for the define. Yes, rage, you rage. Okay, I just found something called, there's D. D is great. D's not a very well used, I mean, there's a group at Facebook that's big on D, but they're, like, so I don't know if you've ever used dtrace Quadrant, but dtrace defaults to D as your language for actually doing dynamic probing and stuff. So like it's a pretty good reason to use it, like when you're trying to do dynamic tracing, syscall profiling, or whatever you're doing. These days, BPF trace is a lot. So a lot of the lessons of the past with Sun and dtrace have been kind of moved to BPF trace, and BPF trace is available in Linux. So you could do so the perf command is kind of like your quick taste of that but anyway, this is getting into a performance profiling stream. If you want to check out a performance profiling stream, check out my world scale bingo, because we literally took bingo board generation and we made it so that like billions of people could use it. So those people love the D. Oh boy. Did you just say, wow, Babby, pre-commit, F, wow. Oh man, you're really giving it to Anthony. He's not even here to defend himself. I mean, I think it's cool he wrote his own editor. It made me worried. When I first saw him, I'm like, a developer of your skill, why would you write an editor? Why did that happen? And then he's like, oh yeah, go check out this page. And I checked out the page and I was like, I'm back here. Why did that happen? I still don't get it. I read the page. I don't get it. So D for high performance computing and like, yeah, I mean, so D trace is like a big deal. All right. Let's not be too naughty in here, Banana. We try to keep it PG if you can. So yeah, what is it? No, I'm not showing the regex programming language on stream. You go Google it yourself, Quadrant. We don't have that kind of talk around here. All right, so we're back to PG-13. Okay, all right. Well, it's PG-13. Doesn't have a PG-13 name though. Oh, come on. We do have the blue button. That's what's going on. Okay, well, do we need 10 more lines of code? Because I feel like I'm falling way behind here. I feel like ever since we went on the bot, ever since we left the realm, actually, we were in the middle of this nasty binary problem. I don't even want to program anymore. It's like all this talk of regular expressions, it kills me. It hurts my soul. My programming soul is upset right now. I've got the regular expression page up here. It's just, personal opinion is that regex script, make it like JavaScript. It's a language that has Java in the name, but nothing like Java. Yeah, that's a pretty good troll, Dynamic Donkey. I mean, I could get behind that if you want to work on that. All of this, you're turning into I am turning into a regular expression at this rate. All right, who are we going to raid? That's stream over. What happens? Okay, I thought we were going to program. We had our palette up. We were all excited. This was the NES palette that we're working with. We're not doing that anymore. That what were we doing? All right, let's take one more crack at programming before we hit the D button. So this we were doing yar. That's right. I had just named a variable yar when all of the raiders showed up. So we were yarring. So all right, chat time. Be on topic. Send hex codes that are valid NES color palette codes. Oh man, no, we should just switch the stream to just chatting, programming, just chatting. So, Sani Sensei, pretty new here. What exactly are you doing? Well, I was programming. then I was worried. Basically, I think that like when you're watching live coding on Twitch, usually you don't even see 10 lines of code an hour. So I wrote a NOP loop, and if you're not familiar with a NOP loop, NOP is fantastic. This is not a regex stream. You knock that off, Quadrant. A NOP loop, if you're interested, we'll go over that real quick. So I'm gonna say let's cut over to Bitboi here. So this we got rid of Bitboi. Bitboi's not getting programmed. Somewhere on here is the stylus. So this is, where are we? Yep, we're here. Okay, cool. So this is nap. Nap. Alt F4 killing me. Nap. Okay, you know what? Here you go. All we're doing is writing regular expressions. This matches everything. This matches just one character. This matches any number of characters that are before it. So this matches everything. Or you could be fun, and depending on your variant of regex, you might have plus. This requires that there's at least one. So if you view this as a deterministic, not finite automata, then you might be in the start state when you take the anything transition, which is ridiculous, and then you get to this state, and then you go and you take the star transition, which really means any number of these. So you can do that. This is a terrible diagram right now. You can do that. You can come back here, do that as much as you want, and then you can go to the final state and call it a day. So there's your DFA version of this regular expression. If you want to actually do this, then write a frigging parser and just do it right. Okay, so that's getting off that for the moment. The NOP is kind of the NOP instruction that we just saw me type earlier. And you know what? I'm going to put the glove on so I can actually hold my hand right. The NOP instruction is the most powerful instruction on a CPU. It means no op or no operation. And it's great because technically this counts as a line of code, but it doesn't actually do anything. So what does NOP do? Well, if you do something like this, NOP, and then you say jump to 1, then this will just infinitely do nothing. And this is kind of your early version of a halt instruction, which is why burn another instruction for halt when you could just NOP forever and then there's no way to actually get out of this. Okay, so shit, he has the glove. You're damn right I got the glove. I'm bringing that in. Infinitely do nothing. I mean, the CPU has to do something, right? Okay. Now we're in real trouble, Alt F4. Now we're in real trouble, Banana Cat Russian, because the reason that 9 degree of freedom sensor is there sitting on my desk is because it's waiting to be incorporated into a better life. And that better life is right here. I brought the glove out. Alt F4, we have the glove. We are ready to use the glove. If there's one thing we are going to do, we are going to take the glove out. We are going to get things done. So this is the glove. This is a legit Nintendo Power Glove. I am busy building this into a VR controller. I don't know if you've seen Lawnmower Man, but no. This is nothing like that. So what we're going to do is we are going to hook ourselves up to the 9 degree of freedom sensor here, and we are going to work on parsing our location and our stuff, and then we are going to get crazy. So legit, this is where things get nuts. So if you want to talk about the glove, that is totally a different stream. So we're not going to do that. Anyway, yes, the Power Glove is totally awesome, and I was cleaning these out when I was on eBay the other day because I was like, oh my god, Power Glove. Guys, get down. Banana, I'm looking at you. I got the glove. We're ready. This is where things get no opt. We are definitely going to NOP a lot with the glove. Okay, so we're going to put the drawing back. We're not going to worry about how the NOP instruction is generally implemented anymore. So see with the Power Glove. Oh yeah, that's awesome. The glove is coming soon, so we're building up to that stream. But right now we are building Alt F. We're not Alt F4. Alt F4 is not coding this, although that would be nice if Alt F4 wanted to code this. We are building the 88-bit music Bitboi, and that's actually what we were doing with Python earlier. And so what I had done previously involved a lot of manual like binary packing, and I just didn't want to do that anymore. So this was actually how I laid out the character originally. I just did the binary version of Bitboi, our main character in Bitboi, and basically this is like the front plane and this is the back plane. And so what we were just building in Python, we were trying to get this to spit out automatically, basically. So I keep thinking you're saying ADHD when you're saying 88. Okay, ADHD, 88. Huh, I should enunciate better. Enunciate. Okay, sorry about that, Michaela. I apologize. You like to live in Byteland. I don't. I know, and of course, like the one time I go into like JavaScript on stream, I basically go straight into Byteland too. That was sort of fun. I went here on the Coding with Some Guy, and I dropped a. Let's see, that was in the show. That was a long time ago. And in season 1, episode 5, we built a RISC-V decoder in JavaScript. So this was a little piece. I took a piece of the Linux kernel compiled for RISC-V, and then that was, yeah, here it is. Here's the full Linux kernel. That was not a very popular stream. I'm not sure I'm going to build RISC-V in JavaScript anymore. that seemed like the wrong thing to do. You finish rewriting all of the Netflix platform. Yeah, CSG Flick. So if you want to learn how to build a streaming platform from scratch, that's all there. It's all checked in. You could actually learn how streaming works. That top to bottom. I basically rebuilt Netflix. This was ahead of time streaming, not the sort of streaming that you typically see on Twitch, but live would work too. And so this was the player. I did this in pure JavaScript, but it was that was kind of a fun stream too. This actually still works. This playback thing. I was amazed. We did audio, we did video. I used JSON as the packing format. I mean, I didn't do any direct byte stuff that time. Dowdeman, what's up? Hello. Yay, I made YouTube. What? AWS supports some cool live streaming stuff. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I have no idea what I'm doing. No, you're all right, Stealthar. Well, stick around. Come to the Tuesday nights, learn something. Yeah, so we basically rewrote all that stuff. And yeah. Okay, cool. So we're going to go back to coding. So this is great.
Exterminate.
That's just great. It's wonderful. It's got to get hooked up to the button. Okay, so Netflix on the original Nintendo, we know all about that. This is how the NES works. You can read all about that. This guy's, he doesn't know it yet, but I'm totally talking him into coming on my show. So you're gonna see him soon. This is where we, incidentally, when we built this, Netflix on the original Nintendo, that's it here. Actually, this is the TV where we presented it. We lost. We actually lost Hack Day. Like, I was blown away. I was like, what? I was like, Netflix on the original Nintendo? How does that not win? I thought, oh, man. Anyway, that was bad time. I am going to stream some Counter-Strike. Bye. Bye, Banana Cat Russian. Have fun. Poor Anthony. Yeah, I know. Poor Anthony. Like, clearly, but yeah, it's great. Awesome. I think cloud computing in general is a great thing. AWS helps a lot of people start out. Yeah, totally agree. Who won? Joey. That's another guy that I want to have on the stream. Actually, the winner from that. So next week, for those of you who don't know, and I haven't actually fully announced this, I might as well announce it. Wednesday night, the 9th, so this coming Wednesday, the original hack team behind 5 of the greatest hacks I was ever involved in, they're coming on the show. So Wednesday night, you're going to get to see the 2 other power hackers. There's a whole series of some of the hack greats, like Bogdan and Joey, and a bunch of these people are really, really good at what they do. And that's going to be coming on Wednesday nights in general, but I can tell you that this Wednesday, you're going to get the original squad. So the ones who built this Nintendo, we're going to talk about that, except we're probably going to be drinking for that stream. So it's not because non-technical people were judging. Yeah, there were a lot. At the time at Netflix, there was about, I want to say around 500 to 600 developers worked at Netflix. The majority, there were like 3,000 people there. So, although I think that room skews more towards the tech crowd, but in general, like the stuff that tends to win, I don't want to get on a tear about it. We're going to get into that on the Wednesday stream. So, Dowdeman, show up on Wednesday, and we'll tell you all about that. Nice, I'll add that to my regex calendar. Nice one, Stealthar. Terrible. Okay, all right. So, enough of that silliness. Okay, we got some Python. We were yarring at the point where everybody came in. So, when the stream broke me, chat, you broke me. So we were doing yar, and we yarred out this zero stuff. What was going on here? Oh, actually, yar is all of this stuff. So I'd rearranged this into a NumPy array, and what we're doing is we're splitting this into 2 separate bit planes so that we can spit it out as binary. All right, so that's what split plane is all about. Now, we know that we had the right numbers coming in, so something is wrong with this routine. So high and low happen, and then something happen. Now, this is what's kind of weird, is that when they spit back out, I get exactly the same value. So I have a feeling that probably I'm just sticking it in the wrong variable, and I'm like reusing the variable or something like that. I want to say that I didn't do that, but I probably did that. Okay, so let's see. Result low was appending with result low. Result high was appending with row result high, but yet they're still identical. So this thing looks like it might not have gotten built right. So am I hanging on to memory? Anthony would totally know this in like 2 seconds. This is like just one of those Python things. Like, I probably shouldn't reuse the memory like that. It's probably like you gotta like copy it. You gotta clone it rather than copy it. I probably have a reference I'm hanging on to. I don't know. Who knows? Actual coding. I know, Michaela. I'm being crazy. Nice. I'll add to my right. Binds before. Oh, that would be it. That's it. Sani Sensei, you are just like I'm just giving you a sub. That you just did it. You won. You basically just won. Everybody, Sani Sensei. Thank you for the sub. Okay, so that is totally it right there. That's it. That's Sani Sensei. Just digging it. I always order of operations that. I really got to watch that. Thank you for pointing it out to me. I really appreciate it. Just totally saved me. What does the single ampersand do? It's a bitwise and, Michaela. So basically take all the bits in one, take all the bits in the other, and if both are one, then that becomes one. If this two are one, then that becomes one. Put them all, keep them all in the same order. So like, for example, if you have 0100 and you AND it with 0110, then this one, this first O and this first O, they're both 0 and 0, 0. 1 and 1 is 1. 0 and 1, not both on, so 0 and 0 and 0. So it's bitwise and logical operator. That's what I'm using to kind of like, what I need to do is, because the Nintendo, the way it organizes stuff, you get 1 bit per sprite. And then what you do is you give it 2 sprite planes, and that's how it gets 2 bits in each location. And that's kind of what we're building here. So the point of this function, which Sani Sensei just totally helped me out on, I got a sub for it, is the point of this is to split the image, the sprite apart. So it's right now we have like a 2-bit, we have 2 bits for each value. And so we need to split that into like the first bit and then the second bit, 2 separate images. So we can stop yarring at this point. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe Anthony writes code. I was just tricked into thinking he was amazing at writing code. Maybe it's because he has Sani Sensei. I'm gonna have to think about this. Maybe I needed to get Sani Sensei over here earlier. Damn. Okay, so this is why the original NES game devs were absolute monsters. They didn't have the kind of documentation that we do today. Yeah, they totally were Dynamic Donkey. And I haven't been programming NES in a while, so I'm not Zorkenheimer. I mean, he totally is like up on his NES stuff like regularly. It was my first day there too. Wow. All right, well, welcome, Sani Sensei. Welcome to the stuff. So that should fix that. I just pulled out the debugging, and if we run that again, then this time, let's check how we got as a bit pack. This is definitely looking better than before. Yeah, before we had like, they were all the same, and that was no good. So basically before that change, what I had was, this was in the wrong order of operations. So basically like, this is kind of how this was happening. And that's not really something you want. But when I did that, yeah, we got this. So every one of these packed the same thing because it was doing the shift first and then it was doing the ampersand. So we just changed the order of operations thanks to Sani Sensei. and we make sure that we do the bit mask first. So we do the bitwise and then we shift it over by 1. Okay, cool. So that gives us probably what we wanted a while ago. So look at that. We actually got some code done. Since you monster raiders all showed up, you're all awesome people. You're making me want to watch Modern Vintage Gamer on YouTube. Modern Vintage Gamer. He's got all these neat videos on like old game programming types. Oh, that's cool. I have not checked that out, but I will take a look. Vintage Gamer. Yeah, I'm doing this. I said I'd do it for 88-bit music, and well, he's gonna get it. We're packing this stuff now. Okay, so what we've got now with packed as is we're getting one plane and then the other, one after the other. Okay, so these should go together. So like this plane matches up with this plane, which makes sense. So there's basically business in sort of the same slots. Oh, I think I'm having a power issue, but well, whatever. UPS seems to be working. So this comes on, and then like, yeah, so it looks like this is stacked in the right bit format. So if we just take these and output them as bytes, we should be okay at this point. So let's just write all this stuff out, and let's change this to append. So the first time we call this, let's see, pack as bytes. So there's this stuff. So let's just write out into the file at that point. I'll do that down here. So pack as bytes. Let's just say with, well, let's just write it fast so that we guarantee that there's nothing in it. So we'll overwrite. So let's just say open bin file name. So this is our binary output, and let's just open it for writing and then do nothing. So we'll just let it go. So this is a no-op on file. Guarantee it's empty. This is like the touch. I wonder if there's like a touch command in Python. Touch. No. Okay, well, that'll do it. So close enough on actually, touch would just update the timestamp, so that's even better. All right, so we do that, and then we should get out test bin to be something kind of interesting. So here we are opening it in append mode in binary. So if we take a look at test, 96 bytes. So if we dump that out, yeah, this looks about right. So here's the 377, this stuff, this gets hexified. So it turns into things up here, and then 001, 351. So we got the right byte order. And then this stuff over here is this stuff in hex. And this stuff over here is looking pretty good. Okay, so it looks like this probably wrote out right. And just byte counting on the last one, this looks in the right spot, and then we have nothing after it. Okay, cool. So it looks like that actually worked. Wow. Yeah, it's the original. Okay, so you make me, well, yeah, we saw that. Guy that ported the original Doom to Switch. Yeah, I mean, porting Doom to Switch is... Shouldn't talk about other streamers. So, I mean, Doom is Doom. It looks like it was Diablo, but close enough. Okay, yeah, I forgot about Diablo. How can you forget about Diablo? So, what are you doing with all that output, Mr. SomeCodingGuy? Like, what do you want to do with those lists? Well, there's one thing I want to do. This test.bin, let's test it out. So instead of writing it as test.bin, let's call this bitboi.bin. And that I'm going to remember real fast because I probably need that again later. But let's come back here into our source, and let's just grab where are we? Tools and what is it? Bitboi. So if we throw that in here, then actually what we can do, we should stay consistent. This is character naming, so this is really like bitboi.char. This is going to go into the character ROM, which is where you store your graphics on a Nintendo, typically, and we're going to add that to the assembly. So let's include bitboi.char right here. So if we do that, then that's going to, I'll leave this here for the moment. This will just push back a little bit in character memory, and let's just make that, oh, my 10 lines for the hour. I'm going to pay for that troll, aren't I? My 10 lines for the hour. All right, come on. My 10, no. Okay, so it's in nestlib.h, 10, nope. Okay, good. Grep 10. My 10 lines for the hour. It's in the last assembly of main. That's okay. Main.c, we got to get rid of it. Okay, so let's get out of the tool for a second. And we're going to go undo our 10 lines from the previous hour. And by 10 lines. Tight timing loop, I know, tight timing. Okay, we're going to make that, and it builds, and then we're going to run it. And if we got that right, oh, look at that. We overwrote a different part of memory. But if we'd gotten that right, now let's just take a quick look at the PPU. So this is our char RAM. So this is where all of our character data is stored. And you can see here, Bitboi packed, looks like Bitboi packed correctly. That's totally right. So all we have to do is fix the rest of this sprite. Now this was our original Bitboi sprite, is these two dudes here. And that was kind of the animation I was using for walking along, but this was an 8x8. All of these are 8x8, but we can assemble them together like Voltron to build the entire thing. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so I made my mark. That's awesome. I don't know what your mark was. It's definitely part of the Bitboi sprite. So partial, yeah, that's definitely partial win. This is the fun part. We got rid of all that stuff. Cool. Okay, so I think that was in, I don't want to say 80. I feel like it was in like 81. Yeah, tile 81. So this is update the draw list. So this is how I was animating him earlier. Was we'll worry about overwriting a little bit later. In the meantime, let's take, did I get all this? Get status. Yeah, okay, I did. So let's take Bitboi, let's take tiles, and let's just throw out Bitboi. Bitboi's gone. I'm sorry, classic Bitboi 8-bit. You're gone. So if we do that, and then we rebuild, so that should remove him from the character ROM. Now this will still render wrong, but that's okay. And so we're going to take a look at the character ROM, and yeah, you can see here he is. And it ends with the blue tile, which we're going to use as our platform. So here's Bitboi's legs, here's the mid, and here's the head. Okay, so if we take that, don't worry about the colors, we'll get to the colors later. What we need to do is get the placement right on Bitboi. So when I'm building the character, let's see, it's in the OAM sprites. So when this is it. Okay, so this is where the player gets drawn. And what we want to do here is, well, we'll just comment all this stuff. You know what? Let's be crazy. We got Git, right? What could go wrong? All right, so instead of tile 80, this is going to be like 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so look at that. Look at Bitboi. Don't, wow, there we go. Bitboi is on. Okay, now we actually, so because this is taking up more memory, that's what pushed these other tiles over. So basically I just need to offset that, which if we just take a quick look at the PPU, then we have, so basically this used to be just 2 tiles and now there's 4 extra. And so it's pulling this for the background here. So what I need to do is I just need to offset that to get the tile brick. So let's say that that's in the load level routine. And load level, here I'm taking position 83, and we're going to take position 86. So let's take 86. And let's see what that does. So we're going to get rid of that. Going to get rid of that. And we're going to rebuild. All right. Look at this. We're totally on right now. This is awesome. Okay, so Bitboi is chilling out. Now, by the way, we've got basic collision. So he will collide. You'll notice the collision that shows up here in my counter. And he'll collide. He collides in these directions. So there's something over there he's colliding with. So we can actually come over here. We can bring him up here. This is jetpack mode. Oh, that's his note. I'm actually going to... what did I do? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so he'll collide left. He can collide right. And he can collide down as well. So if I... Up, there's no collision detect right now. So, yeah, there he is. He's landing. He's like doing a jetpack landing. And then he's firing music notes. Sweet. Okay. Ray trace. You want to build a ray tracer in the mega programming skill. Thank you, Dynamic Donkey. I appreciate it. We did it. We did do it. Thank you, Raiders. We actually got there. After we got through our programming just talking stream, we actually got our 10 lines of code, I feel like, ish. Although I think we just changed some numbers mostly. But we totally got Bitboi loaded. Awesome. Avenue Aiden, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That is awesome. Sandy Sensei, thanks again for finding my little order of operations mess up there. I gotta watch that on my Bitwise stuff. Is this game part roguelike, or are those 2x2 characters on right something else? These are actually, yeah, it's sort of a roguelike, but it's they're gonna turn into cats. So these are called schlorps, borrowing the 88-bit music terminology. He calls them schlorps. They're based on his cat Maya, who's very funny. She sometimes schlorps around the room, and then these cats will actually be firing stuff. So what we have, I'm still got debugging output. Like I said, this is like the 3, collision detect. We have, this is detect down, left, and right. So that's going to be gone. We just left that in there for programming. See, it's colliding, and then we can collide right, and it only collides when you're actually moving. This is your Y position, so I'm using that to track. I was just using that for debugging as well. So yeah, but these cats, we're going to have to make them move. Before we do that, we have to add physics, basic physics. We just want to get jumps working, turning in midair, Mario kind of physics, Super Mario kind of physics. So this, we're going to get rid of this little pen up here. These need to turn into actual Legos instead of just blue tiles. Like I actually have some Lego stuff that we're going to use. So will you be able to pet the cats? No, they're not cats. They're actually schlorps. And they're cat demons. They're not really cats. They're cats with like spider legs, and they come into your nightmares, and they kill you. I don't know. I didn't design the original game. I'm just porting it to the NES. So that's kind of what we're doing. Cat Demon's still a cat. Maybe. That's even cuter. Wow. Well, that's something we're going to have to debate about on Discord.